presenting sponsor of Miami Marlins baseball, under the watchful eye of Michael Jack Schmidt. The Marlins and the Phillies play a rather important weekend series for the Fish. Why, you say? Well, the Fanatic is here, that's why, and the Marlins are 4 back with 16 to play in the National League wild card. The Giants, the Mets, and the Cardinals, and look who's back. Giancarlo Stanton is back in the lineup. So is Jeff Conine. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Niner. For the Fish, this is a nice shot in the arm. First, Justin Bour's back. Marcell Ozuna's back. He had a big home run in the win on Wednesday. Stanton is in the lineup tonight.
Yeah, very big news for the Marlins right now, who are just chasing this wild card spot with only 16 games left. Every win right now is a huge win, and they need everyone they can get.
Now, if you look at Stanton, he's warming up. He's ready to go. But he's hitting second, and many people have scratched their heads and say, well, why is he hitting second? Well, if you look at the lineup, he hasn't played in any rehab games. And so Don Mattingly feels probably 6 innings out of him. And when he swaps him out of that, it'll be Ichiro who comes in. And so Ichiro would be a little more comfortable and the lineup look a little better in the 2 spot.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what that, how that affects D. Gordon on the first base, because you don't want to have an open base with Giancarlo Stanton. They might intentionally walk him.
That's right. He's the most powerful number 2 hitter you've ever seen, and he's in the lineup tonight. So here we go, Marlins and Phillies. First pitch, lineups, Fanatic, cheesesteaks, all coming up. Ram. Get power you can depend on at Ram Power Days. By Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. That place is Philadelphia, Citizens Bank Park. Giancarlo Stanton in the 2 spot, getting ready for the Marlins and the Phils. The Fish have won 5 of 7 And they obviously need to stay on that roll. UHealth Sports Medicine. And here's the Marlins starting lineup.
A little bit change up here. D. Gordon, Giancarlo Stanton in the 2 spot, Martin Prado, Christian Yelich. Season at Citizens Bank Park. It's in all 7 games. Fifth, Marcelo Zuna, JT Realmuto batting 6th, Justin Bour in the 7th spot, Adeiny Echeverria batting 8th, and batting 9th, Tom Kohler.
So Giancarlo gets ready. It's a Tom Kohler start. The Marlins trying to keep the ball rolling right now. They have some momentum. As I noted, 5 of 7 they've won, and even 73 and 73. And as we showed you those wild card standings, keep in mind that the Cardinals are in San Francisco later tonight to take on the Giants, while the Mets are opening up a series against the Minnesota Twins, of all people. The defense behind Adam Morgan lines up this way for the Fightins, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Out in left field, Roman Quinn, Odubel Herrera in center, Aaron Altairs in right, Andres Blanco, Ryan Howard on the corners, Cesar Hernandez, Freddie Galvis patrol the middle, Cameron Rupp does the catching tonight. And as I mentioned, the Marlins just saw Adam Morgan. Morgan, the lefty out of the University of Alabama. His season numbers, you see the record, not so good. Lately, though, he's pitched pretty well. Last 3 starts, an ERA in the mid-2s, and in those 3 starts was the win over the Marlins. He beat them 4-3, 6 innings, just a run, 5 strikeouts, and no walks. Let's check in with Craig Minervini. Hi, Craig.
Rich, it is great to see Giancarlo standing over there and getting ready to play in the starting lineup for the first time in a while. We talked about the topic today, coming back from this severe groin injury in August.
Are you surprised that you're back in 2016? Does this day surprise you?
No. Yeah, there's 6-7 weeks left, so I knew it was bad, but I knew, you know, if I did everything I needed to, I could come back.
And he's going to come back. The idea of putting him in the number 2 hole is to play him 5, maybe 6 innings. If the game goes long, maybe less. But Don Managa did say, guys, he hopes to have him for the full 9 in the short interim coming up here. Maybe even as soon as the weekend, if not next week. Guys?
All right, Craig, thank you. It's a gorgeous night. You can feel a little bit of the fall arriving here in Philly, but a warm day, pleasant night. Wind is not a factor to begin with. And a rarity to come into this ballpark and even into Atlanta and not have to worry about rain. D. Gordon leads it off with Stanton and Martin Prado to follow. Gordon coming off a 3 stolen base night on Wednesday, and he fouls a pitch back. And this ball game is underway. Gordon swiped 3 bases, had a triple and a single in Miami's 7-5 win over the Braves.
Yeah, it was that display of speed that we come to know and love last year from D. Gordon that he hasn't really shown too much this year. And it was a game changer. 3 stolen bases.
Oh, 2. Rupp wants it up. Gordon got jammed. Hernandez quickly sweeps it to first. And there's 1 out here in the first inning. Adam Morgan. Now, his nickname is not Captain, but he's a lefty that beat the Marlins just 2 starts ago.
Tide legacy. Assuming that's Alabama. Crimson Tide. Missed all of 2014 with surgery. And 1 of 2. 2016. He's only got 2 wins, and 1 of those 2 is against the Marlins just 2 starts ago.
Giancarlo Stanton now. And with the lefty on the mound, Stanton going without the piece, the face piece that covers that left cheek.
It's very odd to see Giancarlo Stanton here in the 2nd spot in the lineup. First time in his career that he's been hitting there.
Goes after a fastball and fouls it back. As well, Jeff, and as you watch Stanton here during his pitch hitting return, and tonight his hands are in a different spot. He's got a little bit of a different stance going.
Yeah, he's really changing things up. You see his hands much closer to his face. They used to be much set back near his back shoulder. I think he was trying to get a little more action in those hands and try see how with a little bit of the waggle of the bat. They used to be more toward the back shoulder. Much more stationary. See, his front hip is open a little bit now too.
Fastball misses out, and it's 3-1. The biggest question mark with Stanton is going to be, how does he patrol right field, and how does he run when he gets on base? And that's one of the things Don Mattingly said tonight, is he is going to get on base. And so the Marlins had to make sure that he was able to run, able to score from second on a base hit before he was confident enough to put his name on the lineup card. And sure enough, Stanton walks, and he's at first base.
Yeah, watching Stanton patrol the outfield during batting practice the last couple days. Looks like he's moving around pretty well. I wouldn't say he's 100% or he's going to try to run 100%, but it's going to be serviceable.
Martin Prado now. Prado checks in at 309. So the Marlins keep Prado third, keep Yelich fourth, keep Ozuna fifth, Real Muto sixth, Bohr behind JT, and that's a fastball on the outside corner for a strike. Balls and strikes called by Dan Iasonia, with Lance Barrett, Dale Scott, and Bob Davidson on the bases.
Well, you look at the how effective Martin Prado is with men on base, hitting .344. And one of the biggest reasons is that huge hole that he likes to hit over there on the right side of the infield, in between first and second. Prado still absolutely feasting on left-handed pitching, #1 in all of baseball with a .421 average against lefties.
And great on the road as well. Sends that one in a shallow right. Aaron Altair is there, and he makes the catch. While the Marlins had an off day yesterday, the Phillies were getting drubbed by the Pirates 15-2, although a lot of the runs came in the 9th inning. The Pirates actually scored 8 runs in the 9th. And so the Phillies have dropped 6 of 9, beat McCannon's ball club in a 17-game run, has won just 5 games. The issue for the Marlins, though, 2 of those wins came at the Marlins' expense. The Phillies won a 3-game series, 2-1 just last week in Miami.
Yeah, you mentioned that drubbing that the Phillies got last night at the hands of Pittsburgh. It's the first time in 133 years that the Phillies have existed that their bullpen has allowed 9 earned runs in just 2 1/3 innings.
Yelich with the count 1-1. Numbers against the Phillies. Hits well in this ballpark. Had a nice series in Atlanta as well. It's 1-2.
Yeah, this is a nice ballpark to hit in. My brief time here as a Philly, I patrolled the outfield a little bit for about 2 weeks at the end of 2006 season, and really enjoyed my time here and hitting in this ballpark.
Yelich takes away. Morgan and Cameron Rupp both paused for a second. You could see it was out.
You also could see that he hasn't thrown Yelich a strike yet. He's been fishing for that slider down and away out of the strike zone.
That's where Rupp sets, and Morgan hit the glove with another slider. Yelich strikes out. Marlins leave a runner. Tom Kohler gets the ball next.
Bad.
Up to the mound, the Phillies coming to the plate, and here is their lineup brought to you by U Health Sports Medicine.
Cesar Hernandez leading off. Roman Quinn batting second. Andres Blanco batting third. Ryan Howard is the cleanup man. Cameron Rupp batting fifth behind the plate. Udubel Herrera, center field. Freddie Galvis batting seventh. At shortstop, had a very good series against the Marlins back in Miami. Aaron Alther batting eighth, and Adam Morgan batting ninth.
So here's Kohler, and for Tom, he makes start number 30 on the season. He's been the Iron Man of the rotation for sure. Cesar Hernandez, Roman Quinn, and Andres Blanco in the first for the Phils. And Hernandez takes outside. Now Kohler has started against the Phillies 4 other times this year and pitched really well. An ERA of 1.69 in those 4 starts. That one smoked to right. Hello, Giancarlo.
It always finds the new guy, doesn't it?
That's right. It's the new guy, and he gets a screaming liner. Here's the rest of the defense. It's brought to you by Southwest. Ozuna, Yelich, and Stanton. Prado and Bohr in the corners. Echeverria and Gordon up the middle. Real Muto behind the plate. And, you know, expect this lineup a lot for the next 16 games. The Marlins, as Don Mattingly said earlier, Marlins are approaching every game like a postseason game. And that means a lot of things. It means everybody's in there, days off, you'll rest in October. And if a starting pitcher wobbles early, much like a postseason game, Mattingly will have somebody up and ready to come in.
Yeah, they have to go all out, Rich, for this last 16 remaining games. You know, I think it probably 13-3 might do it, but it all depends on how the Mets, Cardinals, and Giants play down the stretch as well.
This is a name that I think you're going to hear a lot of in the future. Quinn is from Port St. Joe High School in Florida. And a fastball at the knees is a strike. Counts 2 balls and 2 strikes. He's 23, switch hitting outfielder. And he can run, he can steal bases. He's put up good numbers coming up in the Phillies system. And he pulls that one foul. He was a second-round pick back in 2011.
Yeah, part of the Phillies rebuilding program. A lot of young talent up in the big leagues right now that they're retooling this team and franchise to move forward.
They have a lot of talent and have had a lot of success in their minor leagues. The minor league teams that the Phillies have all had outstanding seasons. AAA won 85 games. AA Reading won 89 games. High A won 82 games in Clearwater. On the ground, Bohr is there and steps on the bag. Speaking of the minor leagues, here's some minor league news for you, and this is good news. What a great city and a great franchise. The Marlins have been so pleased with their affiliation with AA Jacksonville that the two have agreed to a 4-year player development contract since 2009. Of course, that's a trio of Southern League championships: 09, 2010, 2014.
6 current Marlins went through Jacksonville. Stanton, JT Realmuto, Ozuna, Yelich, all came through that. Good city and a great program there. They love the Marlins. 3 championships.
Into right. That's a base hit. Andres Blanco with a 2-out single. So the Phillies have a runner, and here comes Ryan Howard. Now, Pete Mackanin, the skipper of the Phillies, has had Tommy Joseph playing first base now for a good portion of this season, but he announced that Ryan Howard is going to start at first base for the rest of the year. Sort of a tip of the cap, a salute to Ryan Howard. And McCann had said for all that Howard has done for this franchise, that giving him these last 2 weeks and a chance to play is something he feels he wanted to do.
Yeah, Ryan Howard obviously wasn't the hitter he once was at the beginning of his current contract. But man, he put up some huge numbers. 2007, 2008, league MVP. Always on the leaderboards of the home runs and RBIs.
He was one of the guys that teams really first started to shift against. And you can see Gordon and Prado over on the first base side. Echeverria the only one over on the third base side, and that gets a little tricky when you've got a runner at first in Blanco. Kohler staying in, and the count 2-1. Howard has not hit for average, but he has popped 21 home runs this year.
And those 21 home runs have come in just 300 at bats. Make that out into a full season's worth of at bats. He's got close to 40.
It is the last year of his contract, but there is an option next year and a buyout. So the Phillies are going to owe some money next year, but you never know. I mean, the American League team, someone looking for a bat with some power as a DH. And Kohler misses down low, and Howard walks. Here comes Cameron Rupp.
Yeah, ever since Ryan Howard had the Achilles injury in the playoffs, 2010, I believe it was.
2011.
2011.
Last at bat against the Cardinals in a division series.
Ended up tearing his Achilles tendon. Missed a good part of that next year, and he's not been the same since.
So here now is Rupp. And Kohler misses to him, and it's 1-0. Rupp getting the bulk of the work, not only this season, but also much of last season. Carlos Ruiz, no longer a Philly, traded to the Dodgers a week and a half ago.
That was an odd sight, wasn't it? To see Carlos Ruiz in a Dodger uniform.
Well, seeing A.J. Ellis in a Phillies uniform was kind of weird, too. I'm sure much more for Clayton Kershaw because he was used to having Ellis around him. But you know what? The Dodgers get Carlos Ruiz, a guy that has had a ton of postseason experience and success, knows how to handle a lefty. Handled two pretty good ones here in Hamels and Lee. Blanco's at second, Howard's at first.
Yeah, Rupp has put up some pretty good power numbers this year as well. 15 home runs and just 340 at bats. Pretty big physical guy behind the plate.
This is a career year for him. Highs in hits, runs, doubles, homers, extra bases, RBIs, and stolen bases. He stole one, and that's a career high. He's a big human. I mean, this is not the guy when you're rounding third and thinking about I need to run the catcher over that you want to see waiting for you. He and Darren Ruff would make a good left side of an offensive line.
Yeah, he's listed at 6'2", 260.
Bouncer out to shorts. Etch gets it to Gordon, and Tom Kohler gets through that first on a scoreless night so far in beautiful Philadelphia. In the place of brotherly love. Place your deposit on a 2017 season ticket plan and guarantee access to the 2017 All-Star Game in Miami. It's your chance to secure seats for a once-in-a-generation event. Deposit start at just $250. 1-877-MARLINS. Go to marlins.com/season tickets. Rich Waltz, Jeff Conine, and Craig Minervini in Philadelphia. Marcell Ozuna, JT Realmuto, and Justin Bour. And a strike from Adam Morgan. Morgan struck out Christian Yelich to end the first. He did walk Giancarlo Stanton. Stanton is in the 2 spot to start the night tonight.
Yeah, Marcell Ozuna over the last 15 days has only hit 1 home run, but it was a big one in the last game of the series in Atlanta. 3-run home run off Julio Teheran that gave the Marlins the lead.
Cracks one into right center field. That's a hit. Into the gap it goes. Ozuna around first. And up with it with a strong throw is Aaron Altair. So it's a single for Ozuna. And here comes Realmuto.
Nice swing. We saw him get an RBI single to the right side the other day in Atlanta. You got to love when he starts going the other way. The Marlins really need his offensive production coming here down the stretch.
This, if you aren't familiar with this ballpark, Citizens Bank Park is a small ballpark. The gaps are not very substantial, so outfielders are a little bit closer to the infield than they would be, say, at Marlins Park or others. Realmuto fouls a pitch back. And it is 0-1. There's a look at the dimensions. Left center's at 374, right center just 369.
Compared to Marlins Park, which is 386 and 392.
Realmuto lifts that one out of play.
Marlins have had tremendous success against lefties this year. Major League leading 667 winning percentage, 22-11 against left-handed starters.
Oh, and 2. Realmuto actually has hit righties substantially better than lefties this year.
When you look at our stat pack that was provided to us, They underline a lot of the leaders on each team, and Martin Prado and JT Realmuto have a lot of underlines on their names.
You're right. Hitting on the road. Realmuto good against righties.
4th in the league against righties. .336.
Prado, of course, is the best against lefties. And he's good on the road, and that is a fair ball off the line. It caroms off the corner of seats. Realmuto racing to second, and he's got a double. Ozuna gets to third and holds there, and Miami is set up at second and third and nobody out.
30th double on the season for JT. This actually beats him a little bit, gets jammed, but he's got such a nice level swing through the strike zone. Even if he makes contact late and behind, he still hit a line drive like he did right there.
Justin Bour now getting the start against the lefty, and he finds himself with a big at bat to start his night. Remember the sliders that Morgan struck Yelich out on. You would expect Bour will see a good deal of those. And a breaking ball misses up. It's 1-0. Infield is back and swung towards first base.
Yeah, they do have a shift on Justin Bour. Then in second and third, it's not the true shift that you would see with nobody on base or even a runner on first, but they definitely shift him around. Not as severe as Ryan Howard, because we've seen Justin Bour this year get a number of hits to the left side of the infield that was basically vacant. And I think that kind of tightened it up a little bit. See 20 hits to left field, pretty evenly distributed. Wow, almost exactly the same.
Morgan is not overly tough on lefties. It's one of the reasons you've got Bour in that lineup tonight. Opponents hitting .253 from the left side with 2 homers against him. Just a ground ball here would give Miami a run. A ground ball to the right side, a run, and Realmuto at third. And Bour pops that one foul, and the count's 2-2.
These are the situational hitting situations that you'd really like to see the Marlins do better at. We've seen them struggle in situations like this where, like you said, just a ground ball to the right side gets him over and gets him in and sets up Echeverria for at least a sac fly.
Well, and remember, after Echeverria is Tom Kohler, which could affect what the Phillies do if they get Bour out here without anybody advancing. Morgan ready, and the 2-2. Fastball up, in. And the count full now at 3-2.
Justin Bour hitting just .227 against left-handers this year. Does not have a home run against a lefty.
Count full here. And Morgan got him. Threw the fastball by him.
Let's take a look at this last pitch on Fast Tracks. Just there at the very top of the strike zone. And Justin Bour cannot get on top of that and put it in play.
So you've got first base open. Kohler's on deck. And so Morgan can be very careful with Echeverria. Although Adaney has been struggling mightily for the last month and a half. He pitched down low. You wonder if the Phillies fell behind Echeverria, say 2-0, if they would just put him on. But we'll see. You can see the September numbers. In his last 40 games, Echeverria has just 1 extra base hit, and that was a double. And he swings and misses at a changeup. It's 1-1.
And Rich just 1 RBI in his last 30 games.
So he's got a great opportunity here with Ozuna at third and Realmuto at second.
We saw Etch make such good strides last year in his offensive production, really wearing out that right center field gap.
Hit .281 last year and had a .315 on base. He's hitting .237 with a .283 on base.
And last year I felt he was one of the best 8-hole hitters in the National League, which is a very difficult spot to hit.
Middle infield's back. Morgan coming with a fastball again, and it's 1-2.
Morgan going right after him. He's got to find a way to put this ball in play, get that run home.
And Echeverria fouls it out of play. We'll keep you updated throughout the night on games involving other teams in the National League wild card. The Cardinals are on the coast to face the Giants, which is good for the Fish because both of those teams are above them. And somebody's got to lose. That one almost picked Ozuna off. And Echeverria hanging tough. It's 1-2 still. The Mets, by the way, are at home against the lowly Twins tonight.
A little quick footwork down there by Marcell Ozuna to get out of the way of that line drive.
That's a Bartolo Colon start for the Mets, who announced today that Jacob deGrom is going to pitch on Sunday, though he will be under a pitch count. So he's going to rejoin that Mets rotation. Another 1-2. Got him. Change up. And the Marlins have two opportunities to get a run home. And they can't put the ball in play. Bohr strikes out. Echeverria strikes out.
Good change up here by Morgan in a good spot. Like you said, Echeverria not able to put the ball in play. And the Marlins are 1 out away from wasting a golden opportunity to score a run for Tom Koehler.
Yeah, this is Koehler now himself. And you're right, for Morgan, there was no pitching around Echeverria. He went right after him, and his reward is getting to face the pitcher, Koehler, with 2 outs. Well, there's this. 4 for 16 with runners in scoring position.
It's pretty good numbers there. The Marlins, as a team, are hitting .271 with runners in scoring position.
Koehler gets a piece of that breaking ball, and the count stays at 0-2. The inning opens with Ozuna's line drive single into right center. Real Muto's double down the right field line. Put runners at second and at third. Missed with the fastball. Our look from center field is very much off center towards the third base side. So we'll give you Fox tracks all night to help with the in and out.
Tom Koehler having a nice at bat here. At least making Morgan throw some pitches. See pitch number 5.
And pitch number 40 already tonight. That climbed up pretty quickly.
Did you? But you just said 40. I'm like, no, he can't have 40 pitches already.
Kohler up the middle. And it's Hernandez to first, and the Marlins do waste a great opportunity. Ozuna left at third, Real Muto left at second. Let's do some T-Mobiling, shall we? Greater coverage of baseball. Joe Madden is a happy guy. The Cubs lost, but they still won. Why? Johnny Cueto is why. Johnny Cueto beats the Cards 6-2. Now, this is yesterday, and Hanley Ramirez shocked the Yankees with a home run, a walk-off. And Boston beat the Yankees 7-5. The Cubs played again today, and they beat the Brewers 5-4 in 10 innings. So the Cubs clinched yesterday with a loss, won today, and show no signs of slowing down. The Cubs are at 94 wins.
And you saw there on the T-Mobile coverage of baseball, David Ortiz, of course, has to make an appearance every time we show it.
That's right.
And he just passed Mickey Mantle. 537th home run of his career.
I think he actually is sponsored by T-Mobile, and that's that's the hook. Well, disappointing top of the inning, certainly for the Marlins, to get second and third and nobody out, and then nobody budged. Tom Kohler will try to put that behind and get some outs here in the second. Odubel Herrera, Freddie Galvis, Aaron Altair for the Phils. Herrera is certainly one of the younger guys that has been able to get a chance, and in that chance he's caught the eyes of a lot of people. Former infielder and a Rule 5 draft pick from the Texas Rangers. He's got 13 home runs. Galvis behind him has 19 home runs.
Yeah, Freddie Galvis had a big series, hit a home run at Marlins Park last homestand. He hit the ball really well that entire series. Marlins wasting that opportunity in the top of the inning. Tom Kohler's looking for his 10th win of the season. Making his 30th start this year, and one of only 3 Marlins pitchers to ever go 3 straight years with 30-plus starts.
Dontrelle Willis, Scott Olson, Ricky Nolasco. The other 3.
See the D train on that list, 2004 to 2007.
little chopper and a flip to first. And the reason Nolasco's name isn't on there is Ricky's was not in consecutive seasons. He had 4 30-start seasons, did Nolasco. But it went 2 with a year and then 2. And here is the aforementioned Freddie Galvis. Big breaking ball and a strike. Kohler very, very good on a stretch of games. His last 10 starts, a 2.80 ERA. Though he did get knocked around against the Dodgers. Dodgers hit 3 homers against him. Scored 4 runs in 5 innings. But for the most part, Kohler, from the All-Star break on, has been Miami's most consistent starter.
Freddie Galvis' career, it's his 5th year in the major leagues, and last year was his first full as a starter. He had 7 home runs, was his career high. He's got 19 this year.
Second ball that we've seen Stanton handle out in right field. He had a line drive back in the first, and I have to say that so far he looks pretty good.
Well, yeah, he had the ground ball too that the base hit through the right side. Had to go to his left to get it, and I think we mentioned that Don Mattingly's not going to put him out there at 60 or 70%. He's running pretty well.
Here is Altair. The ability to throw that pitch for a strike and have fastball command, I think, really changed Tom's season.
Yeah, there was a run where Tom Kohler the base on ball was really affecting his starts. He had 3 consecutive starts that had 5+ walks.
Jim Benedict Juan Nieves with a tweak in his delivery, and that really helped him turn the corner. That's the 2nd single that he's given up, and it brings up Morgan.
Talking about fastball command, fastball location. You see JT wants this down and in, and it's pretty much up over the middle of the plate, about belt high. Altair, nice swing.
There's Juan Nieves. Morgan goes after the first pitch, pops it up. Echeverria, and it lands in foul territory. One bit of news surrounding the Marlins Braves series. Major League Baseball today handed down a 3-game suspension to Jose Ramirez and an undisclosed fine for intentionally throwing a pitch in the head area of Jose Fernandez. That, of course, on Wednesday.
Yeah, if you didn't see it, Jose Fernandez squared around a bunt, and if he didn't, because he kind of bent over and moved his head out of his normal spot in his stance, and if he hadn't have done that, he probably would have gotten drilled.
0-2 to Morgan. And Kohler gets him. So Tom Kohler's through 2, giving up just a couple of singles. Miami and Philly are scoreless. Couple hits. One team has Craig Minervini.
Well, thank you, Rich. And the Marlins have Giancarlo Stanton back as well. He'll play about 6 innings tonight. That decision made by the team's medical and training staff. But Don Mattingly says Big G won't be taking it easy out here.
But he's ready to go because I was just talking with him. He's ready to run. He's ready to score. If he has to score on a base hit or something like that. So it's not like we're sending a guy out there rehabbing. It's a guy that's able to play. But
And for Don Mattingly, his thoughts are hopefully Giancarlo is not sore, and the idea is when he feels good, maybe that's tomorrow or the next day, then you start revving that up and ramping it up to the 9-inning spot. But at least for now, you get him in there. Bat him second, so maybe you can get 3 at-bats at him, depending on how the game goes, guys.
Hey, Craig, question after this pitch. How did Stanton react to being second in the order?
Had a laugh about it. He said he's never remembered ever batting second, and he did say, I am not going to get my bunt game going. He kind of joked about it. And Don Mattingly said, don't worry about D. If he gets on base taking pitches, you just go up there and do your job and hit. But I think he had a chuckle about it, and he understood. They have a good relationship. Don Mattingly talked for a while with Stanton about playing second, about playing right field, and the whole process here of returning.
All right, thank you, Craig. T. Gordon bounced to second in the first. And he slashes that one over the head of Blanco and down the line. Quinn up with it. Gordon, big turn, will hold with a single. And so the Marlins are right back at it. The Fish squandered a great opportunity in the second when Ozuna singled and Real Muto doubled to open up the inning.
You've seen the pitchers over the last week or so trying to climb the ladder on D. Gordon. Getting a lot of swings and misses on high fastballs. That one, he goes up and gets. Nice little line drive to left field.
What are the dynamics now with the speedy Gordon at first base and Stanton at the plate? I mean, if this were May or so and they happen to be in this spot, you might shut down the running game because you wouldn't want them to walk Stanton, but I don't think the Phillies are going to do that. Stanton is playing his first game in a long time. And the Marlins feel like they can run off of Morgan. Stanton goes after a pitch on the outside part and he fouls it out of play.
Yeah, we saw D. Gordon the last game in Atlanta immediately affect the game. 2 stolen bases in the first inning. And I would think he'd still want to be aggressive on the base paths. I think Don Mattingly would say, just go ahead and run your game.
You can see Morgan quickened the delivery. And it's 2-1 to Stanton. Does it buy Stanton more fastballs?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they're going to pitch Stanton the way they're always going to pitch Stanton. And if D. Gordon steals base, then I guess it's better than letting one up out of the ballpark.
Chopper to short, and with Stanton's groin, he's not going to get down to first all that fast. And he bounces into a double play.
Yeah, you see this, Rich. Big swing, but not jogging, but he's not running real hard right there. And I'm sure that's probably precautionary measures. I don't think there's any pain. I don't think there's anything wrong anymore structurally, but probably just going to be holding back, so to speak, until he can go out there full speed.
And that's, I guess, another reason why you'd want D to keep playing his game and run if he thinks he can. Prado now flied to right back in the first.
Martin Prado having a heck of a season for the Fish. I know there's been some talk about hopefully working something out and bringing Martin Prado back. Contract is up after this season. Invaluable not only on the field this year, but in that Marlins clubhouse. True leader. When we were in Atlanta, the last game that was the Marlins will ever play at Turner Field. You'd speak about the Atlanta Braves organization. That's where Martin Prado started playing.
He bangs that one into left field for a 2-out single.
And 7 years there, they speak so highly of him. Chipper Jones said is either his favorite or one of his favorite teammates ever.
So here's Yelich. He struck out back in the first. Yelich, a little trickler up the line. Howard has it, and he flips to Morgan, who gets to the bag, and Miami is done in the third. Adam Morgan still a puzzle the Marlins haven't solved this year. Toyota and the all-new RAV4. Tom Kohler, since 2012, has taken the baseball 116 times, well ahead of Jose Fernandez, Nathan Eovaldi on that list. Henderson Alvarez, by the way, is about to undergo his second major shoulder surgery in almost as many years. And we wish him luck. He is in Oakland's organization. The Athletics signed him going into last year. Breaking ball is a strike.
Tom Kohler showing some good command of that breaking ball early in this ball game. And like you said, Rich, that's probably his most important pitch. If he can get that over for strikes, it sets up everything else.
And this is second time through for the Phils. Hernandez, Quinn, and Blanco. A couple of singles, a walk, and a strikeout through the first 9. And Kohler's fastball misses in. Mets and Twins are scoreless. That's in the third. And Hernandez gets all tied up on the Kohler breaking ball. And there's a couple of strikeouts for Kohler.
We got to talk about that big breaking ball, curveball. And that looked like more like a slider or a cut fastball that, wow, really dropped down. Fooled Hernandez badly.
We talked about the suspension in Atlanta for Jose Ramirez for throwing at Jose Fernandez. The San Diego Padres will be without their general manager for 30 days. What that does, I'm not sure. But A.J. Preller has been suspended as the investigation from Major League Baseball into the Padres front office found that the Padres were not on the up and up with their medical information in a variety of trades with other Major League teams. Red Sox, Marlins, and White Sox. And so A.J. Preller, who is their general manager, has been suspended for 30 days. Well, let's not talk suspensions when you got the Fanatic in a swarm of kids. Look out, kids. Look out. Look out, kids. Look out, kids. Coming through. Fanatic. Get your cell phones ready. Don't look under there.
He's the best.
He is the best. High fly ball to right field. That would be Giancarlo out there tonight. He makes the catch. Tom Kohler in control through 3. Oh, the humanity. Scoreless. Something is not right there.
This guy's gonna have to get a concussion test after tonight.
And a big neck brace as well. Marlins are bracing for the arrival of Bryce Harper and the Nationals. And that would be Monday night, 7:10. All-you-can-eat seats are in play. And the Marlins, at this point, will give the baseball to Wei-Yin Chen. So Wei-Yin Chen does not get a soft landing. He jumps right in against the division-leading Washington Nationals. First pitch to Ozuna. And Craig Minervini, you've got more on that Chen start.
Well, yes, Rich, he's been building up to this. You know, we mentioned talking to him during these sim games that unlike some of the other guys like Adam Conley, the idea was Chen had enough time to build up to be able to start again. Even with David Phelps, the time was running short. And the idea, according to Mattingly, is have him pitch probably 4 or 5 innings at best. Again, short leash, as you mentioned earlier, if things aren't going well. But they're looking forward to getting him back on Monday. And Jake Escher will go back to the bullpen, it looks like, for now.
Ozuna cracks one deep and down the line and foul. The third base umpire has that call. That thing was so high, it was well over the foul pole. And at that point, the third base umpire is using his best judgment, trying to figure out as to where that thing went over.
That was way out of here, Rich.
Ozuna, if you are a staunch follower of Marlins games on television, you'll remember he hit a ball off the very top of the foul pole at Marlins Park once. for a home run.
Like
and I
literally hit the top round
right,
part of the
little
pole.
top part, and I can't remember if it was reviewed by replay or not, but I remember this shot, and it hit the very top.
I think I was calling that game with you, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it was never seen that before. I've seen it smack into the top of the foul pole, but never come down on top of the foul pole.
I never saw that. And the other night we saw two things in the Atlanta Braves games we'd never seen before either.
That was
and it involved Ozuna too.
Yes, it did. That one pulled wide of third.
I mean, what are the chances that a ball lands right on top of that?
As a kid, I always thought that those were hollow, that was a hole up there. So if a ball like that hit, it would just go down the.
That would have been impressive.
That would have just disappeared. Ozuna lifts that one to right. Altair has it. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Marlins. May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Marlins. Well, Miami's opportunity to get on the board was the second. Ozuna had singled, and then JT Realmuto shot one down the right field line for a double. Ozuna stopped at third. He had no chance to score. But then Adam Morgan went to work, and he struck out Justin Bour and Adeiny Echeverria, and Tom Kohler bounced out, and that ended the inning.
We're talking about the Marlins and manufacturing runs, and that is a situation where you just cannot come out with nothing. Second and third with nobody out, that should be at least one run. Realmuto with his 30th double, and we were talking about how well he hits on the road. He's leading the National League with a .360 average on the road, and his teammate Martin Prado is right behind him in second place at .339.
Did you see the note on Realmuto and other catchers who have started out? Realmuto has 261 hits, 51 doubles, 20 homers in his first 2 seasons as a catcher. And this is only as a catcher. He's the 5th in Major League history to get to those plateaus in his first 2 full seasons.
Wow.
Johnny Bench, Benito Santiago, Kenji Jojima is the outlier there, and then Russell Martin. It's pretty good company.
Pretty good list.
And Realmuto looks for that same spot again. This time it's in the seats foul.
You look at JT's maturity as a hitter. He's come such a long way in such a short period of time, but I think the defense has come just as far for me. The way he's able to block balls now that we saw was a shortcoming last year. He's a former shortstop, so he tried to pick the baseball instead of block it. I think Brian Schneider coming in this year and working with JT on a regular basis on how to block balls correctly. You see him textbook now.
That is such an important resource to have. Realmuto strikes out. Having a guy like Schneider around the ball club and Realmuto, because here's a guy that was always known for his defense, the ability to call games, frame pitches, block balls, run a game. And you've got a guy that is essentially still learning the position. And you see Schneider there on the left. And Brian Schneider has done terrific work. Give credit to Realmuto, who's also put in the hard yards, so to speak.
And give some credit too to his teammate Jeff Mathis, who is one of the better defensive catchers and I'm sure has been a tremendous resource for JT.
Bour hooks one to right, and that's a hit. And so Justin Bour had an odd sound coming off the bat.
Yes, it did.
Well, I don't know what that was.
The guys in our sound truck.
Yes.
Sounds of the game. They mishit this one. It's a one-handed. Saw him take a big swing in that first pitch, and this one, hey, just swing easy.
So Bour's at first. Here's Echeverria. And Echeverria lines one into center field. Well, isn't that how it goes? In the second, with runners at second and third and nobody out, Morgan was able to strike out Bour and Echeverria. And here in the fourth, after two were out, Morgan was able to get Ozuna, get Real Muto, but now he can't get Bour and Echeverria. Kohler gets his second crack at the lefty. Kohler bounced to second. We're talking about Adam Morgan's pitch count, and again, it's at 72 now. And so it looks like and feels like the Marlins are going to get into this Philadelphia pen. Within the next couple of innings.
And they just gave up 9 runs yesterday to the Pittsburgh Pirates.
In one inning. Eight runs in the ninth. Kohler bouncer up the middle. Galvis streaks across the infield and throws him out at first. And Miami leads 2 more. Scoreless ball game. Power you can depend on at Ram Power Days. By Checkers, fast foodies know the deal. And by the Coral Springs Auto Mall, across from the Coral Square Mall. We make it easy. Gorgeous night in Philly. Nary a run. Bottom of the fourth, a reminder. No television tomorrow night. But back on the air on Sunday. Marlins Live starts at 1 o'clock. Ball game at 1:30. Jessica Blaylock, Jeff Nelson. Give it to you. Andrew Cashner against Alec Asher. Tomorrow night is Jose Urena against Jeremy Hellickson. It feels like the 30th time the Marlins have seen Hellickson this year. But they'll get him again tomorrow night. And Urena goes up against the Phillies. Don Mattingly and the Fish have won 5 of their last 7, but they need to win and win and win to keep the pressure on the Mets, on the Cardinals, and on the Giants. The Mets actually have a 2-0 lead over the Twins tonight. Now the Twins come into that series 55-92. And you can see the Mets at 77-69. The Marlins are 4 behind the Mets. They're 3 behind the Cardinals. The Cardinals open a series tonight against the Giants. If you look at the remaining schedules for the Marlins, the Mets, Cardinals, and Giants, the Mets have the easiest road, it feels like. The Twins, the Braves, 2 series against the Phillies, and of course the road series against Miami. That's what's ahead of the Mets. Cardinals, not an easy path in San Francisco and in Colorado. Howard swings and misses. And then finish the road trip in Chicago against the Cubs, who aren't, according to Joe Madden, going to take it easy for the next 2 weeks. And then the Cardinals finish with the Reds and the Pirates. Giants, of course, hosting the Cardinals right now. Howard fouls that one at the plate. And then the rest of the schedule for the Giants: at the Dodgers, at the Padres for 4, and then home against Colorado and the Dodgers. In fact, that will be Vin Scully's last game, regardless of if the Dodgers get to the postseason, which it looks like they're going to. But that game in San Francisco, Vin Scully will go up to San Francisco and call that game, and will not work the playoffs, will not work the postseason.
67 years. Remarkable career.
2-2. Kohler's breaking ball misses out.
Well, the talk about the wild card, Rich, and missed opportunities. When you look at how poorly the Marlins have played against the Atlanta Braves, who only have 1 more win than the Twins. Marlins did not play well in Minnesota. They went to Minnesota and lost 2 out of 3 to the Twins.
And Kohler walks Howard again, and this is a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 4th. There's your playoff picture, your wild card update, so to speak. The Mets have the first 2 runs against the Twins. That game is in the top of the 4th. Cardinals and Giants open the series by the Bay tonight. Now the Marlins schedule: 3 here in Philly and a nice homestand. Nationals, Braves for 4, Mets for 3. So they're facing 2 potential playoff teams in the next homestand: Washington and Atlanta. Or excuse me, Washington and the Mets, not Atlanta. And a strike to Cameron Rupp. And the Marlins, of course, finished their season with 3 in Washington.
Which could possibly be a benefit to the Marlins. Nationals are running away with the division. I think it's just nature that after they wrap this up and clinch, that they will coast into the postseason.
Well, you know, there's a couple things. You're right about that. I think you're absolutely 100% right. The only fly, so to speak, in that ointment is if the Cubs all of a sudden stop winning games, or the Dodgers win a bunch of games, because then home field advantage in first or maybe first and second round are at stake. Right now the Cubs are going to face the winner of the wild card game if it all stopped right now. And then the Nationals would play the Dodgers in the division series, and the Nationals would have home fields in that series alone.
Fun stuff that the Marlins are even in the conversation.
That one is wide of third. And it all brings up the discussion, and I don't know that anybody has the answer for this. Do you want to be a team that clinches with 2 weeks left or 3 weeks left, and like the Cubs just did, and rest some people, set your rotation, and go from there? Or do you want to be the team that scrambles to the very last day, even wins the wild card game, and shows up without a lot of sleep for game 1 of that division series and goes from there? Because there have been a lot of teams lately that have just squeaked in and stay hot and run the table.
Well, that's just it. You just said it. Not necessarily the best team goes to the World Series and wins it. It's the hottest team. And the Cubs, like you said, they're clinched already with 2 weeks to play. They're pretty stacked. It's a deep rotation. It's a very good balanced lineup. But I'm always in favor of those wild card teams that are fighting to the very end just to get in are the ones that I think. I don't know what the stats are to back that up, but I was on 2 wild card teams that went to the World Series and won. So.
Cameron Rupp has struck out. Skip and Shannon. Look how serious they look, Jeff.
Very serious.
They get serious at 9:30 only on FS1 weekday mornings. Skip, Shannon. Serious.
That's why they look so serious. They got to get up at 6:30 in the morning to do that show.
That's right.
I wouldn't be smiling.
That's right. You'd be serious too.
No, way serious.
You'd be seriously tired.
I'd be seriously mad.
I could see you on that show. I could see Jeff Conine's hot takes.
I'm too calm for a show like that.
Odubel Herrera takes in. The count's 1 ball and 1 strike. If you're just happening by, it's Tom Kohler facing the Phillies for the 5th time this year, and he's been really good against them in his 4 starts. 2-1, a 1.69 ERA. Problem is the Marlins haven't solved Adam Morgan in his last start against them, or even tonight. Miami's had opportunities. They have 6 hits, but they haven't scored.
Biggest one coming in the top of the 2nd. 2 runners on, 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and did not score a run.
And a strike. Odubel either angry at his bat or the umpire.
I'm going to say the umpire. And I think when he looked back, JT wanted that ball down and away. It ended up going over the plate, but inside. So when you look back and track that pitch all the way to the catcher's glove, I'm sure it looked like a ball to Herrera.
Dan Iasonia so far has had a pretty good night. He stuck that call. Up the middle and by Gordon into center field. Howard is station to station. And he arrives at second base and holds there. And now it's Freddie Galvis.
That slider over the middle of the plate. Herrera's pretty good at handling that bat and getting it up the middle there.
That is one of the more unique batting stances you'll find. Open, and then he brings that leg around as part of a big high leg kick and turn.
Yeah, a lot of movement. I would never be able to touch a baseball. Look at how far forward his weight is. Shifts all the way back with a big leg kick. It's just a lot going on.
Galvis swings and misses. Ball in the dirt, and nice job by Real Muto. Remember, that's Howard at second, but JT still got enough of it and got to the ball to keep it at first and second.
Yeah, look at how high up on his chest protector this hits. Ricochets off. That's another thing about JT is after a ball like that gets away, he's such a good athlete to get out of the crouch and get to that baseball that he kept Howard at second base. Well, there's another pitch that Tom Kohler has really worked on this year, that changeup. And I think that's an equalizer for especially going against left-handed hitters.
And he sees a lot of them. And the Phillies have thrown 4 switch hitters and 3 lefty bats up against him. 0-2. Wow. Snaps off a beauty of a curveball that dies down by the feet of Galvis, and yet he couldn't lay off of it.
We've seen a number of swings out of the strike zone in this curveball tonight. Look at the sharp break. That was down 12-6. Sharp break down. Nice pitch by Tom Kohler.
That is his resume for tonight. So he's thrown 56% breaking balls, 38% fastballs, and has tickled your fancy 6% of the time with the changeup.
Yes.
Because you've enjoyed that pitch so much.
I have.
Altair, young outfielder trying to make a mark and a nice impression this year. And he chases. It's a ball and a strike.
September call-ups, September rosters that expand when teams are out of it, like the Phillies are. They're often going to run out their rookie outfielders and young talent to see what they've got as far as competitors at the big league level. And Altair is one of them.
Yeah, Altair got a little bit of time in 14 and 15. And he takes out.
Altair is an extra base hitting machine. Of his 67 major league hits, 29 have been for extra bases.
You got the pitcher Morgan on deck. A strike. And that's, as you noted, the ability to throw the breaking ball not only for a called strike, to get swings and misses. It allows Kohler to surprise somebody with a fastball like he did just there.
And when you've got a established fastball, four-seam variety like Tom Kohler, and that 12-6 break on your curveball, you can start that at a lower plane, and when it releases out of his hand, it looks like a fastball because of the rotation, and that induces those swings that we've been seeing on balls in the dirt.
See what he gives him. 2-2.
JT's getting his workout back there today.
Yeah, he is.
But I'll tell you what, he's gotten so much better at blocking. You see him now, he smothers this ball, keeps it in front of him. That it was a problem last year with the man on third base, and I think it got into the heads of some of the Marlins pitchers. They weren't as confident throwing that breaking ball, knowing that it might get by and let a run score.
Runners were moving on the 3-2 with 2 outs. And it stays at 3-2. And Mets lead is still 2-0. That game now in the 5th inning in New York, as the Mets are shutting out the Twins. Altair doesn't go. And so now Kohler has 3 walks in the ball game, but he gets to face Morgan, the pitcher, with the bags loaded.
Two of those walks are this inning. He led off Ryan Howard with a walk.
Morgan struck out in the 3rd, and of course you got to throw strikes. There's no room for error here.
That's one thing when you looked at the breakdown of his pitches. Over 60% of his pitches he's throwing for off speed. You kind of lose the feel for that fastball, and when you need it, it's not going to be there.
The irony here is in the 2 innings where the Marlins had their best opportunity, Kohler ended up at the plate with 2 outs. Morgan with a runner on in the 2nd was the last out, and here he is in the 4th. Real Muto has to smother a breaking ball, and it's 2-1. And this has become a rather stressful inning, not only in traffic on the bases, but in number of pitches. He's thrown 30 this inning.
"17 strikes, 14 balls just this inning." And like you said, when you don't use that fastball, you kind of lose that release point. Throwing a pitcher a 2-1 breaking ball, or a 1-1 breaking ball.
And so he missed with a 1-1 breaking ball, and he misses with a 2-1 fastball. And the Philly fans know that. Bags loaded. 3-1 is a strike.
Morgan taking all the way. Runners will be in motion here.
Runners on the move. That is strike 3 called. Down he goes. Morgan looked at it. Kohler strikes him out. And that is on the plate and at the knees. Dan Iasonia has had a good game behind the plate for both sides. Miami Marlins baseball, Citizens Bank Park. Liberty Bell, scoreless game. Giancarlo Stanton. All of those things colliding here, along with a cold hard fact from Coors Light. All right, when Giancarlo Stanton starts and when he is out, not as big a difference as it has been in the past. Marlins did a pretty good job when Stanton was out, when they had Ozuna and they had Bohr. But when all of those guys were out, when Stanton and Bohr and Ozuna were out, then things really fizzled in the month of August. D. Gordon, Brian Howard. Oh, goodness. Gordon is hit. It looked like the pitcher that got him. Gordon's up. Morgan was flying across the base, and it looked like got right into D. Gordon. And Don Mattingly is out. to find out, hey, how can the pitcher run over the runner like that and prevent him from getting to the bag? Now, it looked like Howard already got to the base, but Mattingly's point is you can't take out a runner like that.
Whoa. Very lucky somebody wasn't seriously hurt. D. Gordon, you see the just about gets spiked right there at the end.
Now all three umpires are in conference. This is not a reviewable play. Any play that has interference or obstruction attached to it is not reviewable by replay. I guess the question is, did the contact come before Gordon got to the bag? It looked like Howard got to the bag before the contact.
So if they do call him safe because of interference, then they'll probably go to the tape and challenge the place, correct?
No, it's not challengeable. You can't review this.
No, I mean, I'm talking about they'll review. Couldn't they review that?
Well, let's see what's happening now. The umpires are coming to Pete Mackanin, and D. Gordon's going back out. And the ruling is going to be obstruction by the pitcher, Adam Morgan. Because Morgan cut across the baseline, clipped Gordon as he was getting to the base. It's going to be an error on the pitcher. And so, again, this is not something that can be reviewed. And now Pete Mackanin is wishing that it was. I mean, Don Mattingly was originally. Now Mackanin is wishing that you could review it. Here's another look.
Look at Morgan. It's like he's doing the hurdles.
So he essentially blocks Gordon from the base. Mackanin's argument is that Howard had already tagged the base when that had happened. But the umpires, after getting together, felt that and now Morgan is asking for an explanation, and he gets it from Dale Scott, the crew chief. That's a real break for the Marlins. Watch his path. See if he has to. Yeah, he's got to deviate his path. I don't know that he beats the ball to the base, but he did have to deviate.
You have to be allowed an opportunity to touch the base in a straight line. And he was blocked out from that. Good heads-up argument by Don Mattingly.
So it's an E1. Now, Jeff, I'll ask you this same question from the third inning. Stanton's up. Gordon didn't run in the third, and Stanton bounced into a double play. Giancarlo can't run that well. Do you think about starting D here?
I say yes. I mean, I want D. Gordon to be aggressive right now on the base paths. They need all the runs they can get. I'd like to see him run.
Of course, you got to read the lefty. You got to read the lefty, try to get a good jump, try not to get picked off. And Stanton has a good rip at it and fouls it back over the screen. How long does it take Stanton to get back into a groove? He hasn't played in rehab games in the minor leagues. There's no minor league games to do that in. He has had some pinch hitting opportunities.
I really don't think it'll take that long. He wasn't out like Justin Bour, where he missed 2 months. It will take some time to get into that rhythm of playing full time. But just the presence of him in this Marlins lineup, I think, will benefit them overall offensively.
Well, Gordon has drawn a couple throws from Morgan. Count as a ball and a strike to Giancarlo. You see his last 7 games, and of course a month on the shelf in those 7 games. Another throw over. Stanton's last homer was against the White Sox on August 13th.
Yeah, you see Stanton with his new stance, much more weight forward than it used to be. You mentioned hands much more up front, center of his body, where they used to be far back, and he almost used to tap the bat on his shoulder with his hands back there about head height. So he's slightly open now where he wasn't before. You can almost see Reed Stanton on his back as he was set up and turned at the plate.
He goes after a pitch that was up and a little bit out, and he fouls it into the seats. The count now 2-2.
See number 4 off the plate, but Stanton's got such good coverage. His long arms, he can get out there and barrel a ball like that.
Gordon from first. 2-2 to Stanton. And Diaz chased back again. Well, even if he's not running right now, just occupying the mind of Morgan, who's thrown 78 pitches. Phillies bullpen is idle. I've never seen this many pitchers out in either bullpen. Gordon runs, ball in the dirt, and he's got the bag.
So after all that, about 10 throws over, trying to keep him close. D. Gordon picks a nice breaking ball to run on. Good jump. And he's got his 4th stolen base in the last 2 games.
And in scoring position, Stanton will get a 3-2 pitch here. Don't put it past D to bolt towards third if he gets a good jump. It's out, and Stanton walks. So his 2nd walk of the night.
So you wonder if the plan was tonight 3 or 4 at bats for Stanton. If he walks twice and doesn't have much action on the base paths, will Don Mattingly let him continue to play?
Well, I mean, let's look back at his night. He walked in the first, Stanton did, and didn't really have to run much there. Prado flied out, Yelich struck out. He did have to run up the line when he bounced into a double play in the 3rd. Now he finds himself at first base with nobody out and a runner in front of him. He's had a few plays out in right field.
It's been a nice calm night, though, and maybe that's a great game to start off for him and ease him into the routine of playing every day.
I think this was a perfect storm. It was an off day yesterday. Nice ballpark to hit in here, and a lefty on the mound. Here's Prado, who is singled and flied out.
Martin Prado's name shows up on another one of the leaderboards in the National League. Runners in scoring position, 370 on the season, which puts him at number 2 behind Piscotty from St. Louis.
Well, that was out. You could see Prado's explanation. He sort of mouthed the word wow. And look at how far that was off. That's one of the few pitches we've seen Dan Iasonia miss tonight.
He really missed that one.
Prado into right center field. That ball's well hit. Altair won't get it. It's going to go to the wall. Here comes Gordon. Stanton's right behind him. Miami's on the board, and Prado's got an RBI double. And how big is that play at first? And Don Mattingly come out to argue obstruction. 1-0 Miami. Stanton ran well from first to third. That's a great sign. And here comes Yelich.
Another elevated changeup, just a bit more on the plate than the last one that was called a strike. And Martin going with the pitch like he does so well to that right center field gap. Stanton got a good read on that. He was coming right behind D. Gordon. And I think at full strength he might have been able to score on that, or he might have been waved home by Lenny Harris.
Now the infield is in, and Yelich almost gets hit. The right side of the infield, especially Cesar Hernandez at second, is about halfway, but I think he can afford to do that with Stanton being the runner at third base.
Yeah, I'm sure they've gone over in their pregame meetings that, hey, Stanton is not going to be at 100%. So you can take your time on situations like this. They're not all the way in. A lot of times you'll see the defensive alignment will be on the grass for the infielders.
That is David Hernandez in a crowded bullpen. You don't even see all the relievers the Phillies have. Most of them are tucked around behind. Marlins have a full squadron up above. In fact, that might be in violation of the fire code for the total capacity of both bullpens, right? I mean, both bullpens have like 12, 13 relievers each in them.
Looks like a football sideline.
It does. And that, like I said, you could just see half of the group there. Yelich floats that one into center. Odubel Herrera is in, and there's no way Stanton's going to try to score. And that brings up Ozuna now. And so Morgan gets the first out of the inning. And that's you know, that's part of having Stanton in the lineup. I don't think if he's healthy he runs there anyways. But you always have to rethink situations like a ball here. Say Ozuna hits a ball to medium depth center field, or right or left. And that might be the discussion between Lenny Harris and Stanton right now. Do you go on contact here if you're Stanton? A lot of times you would. But do you want Stanton in a position where he has to really dig for it? Do you want to bring a right-hander, David Hernandez, in to face Marcell Ozuna? Pete Buchanan says yes, I do. And then my producer says, do you want to do Kendall Toyota call to the bullpen? Okay,
yes.
let's. back in the Marlins lineup. He's walked twice. He would like to walk home here.
That would be nice.
Stands at third. Martin Prado's at second. And David Hernandez is in to face Marcell Ozuna. So the lefty Adam Morgan is done for the night. Ozuna has singled and flied out. And a breaking ball from Hernandez is in there for strike one. Ozuna ground ball. Stanton gets back to the base. He got back to the base. Blanco diving, and Stanton, rather than dive himself, calmly picked his way around Blanco and got his foot to the base. How about that?
Blanco looked like he was diving for the bag, like a force play. He thought it was a force play. Unless he just was trying to get...
Unless he was trying to tag him with the ball in his hand.
Trying to get by the bag to get his foot maybe, but it looked like he's just trying to...
No, you know what? I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. If he was trying to tag the bag, he would have gone for the closest corner. He wouldn't have gone where he wouldn't have had the angle. He was trying to get to the front of the bag to get to Stanton's leg. If he's tagging the bag for a force, he's going after the closest corner. Does that make sense?
Total. I know, it's like right in the middle of the bag.
I mean, you could see him go across the base and still lunge at Stanton's leg. But regardless, it was a great move by Stanton not to panic. I mean, see, he's trying to tag
he's trying to tag him on the foot there.
Yeah. But by not panicking and not diving, Stanton, terrific play. Now Real Muto takes down low, and Hernandez seems unnerved here, because he's fallen behind JT 3-0 with no place to put him. Boy, on each corner, the Marlins have had some odd plays in this inning. Gordon at first, Stanton at third. Yeah, it's a fastball for a strike.
Hernandez has had pretty good success against the Fish this year. 7 appearances, just 1 earned run for a 1.35 ERA. In trouble here with the 2 runners at second and third are property of Morgan.
3-1. That's a fastball. And Real Muto missed it, and it's 3-2 now. Last 6 games, Hernandez has not given up a run. 3-2 coming with 1 out. And JT fights it off. 95 miles an hour with the fastball. A Marlin at every base. Stanton at third. Prado at second. Ozuna at first. And a 3-2. Real Muto, line drive, base hit, right field. Good jump by Prado. Stanton scores. Prado is held. Marlins get the run. And it's 2-0.
JT gets jammed on this just enough. Take enough off it to get in front of the right fielder. You see he's trying to deke here, saying, I'm going to catch this. Good strong throw into home plate.
Watch Prado, the trail runner. Prado got a really nice jump. But remember, Altair has a strong arm, and he wasn't that far back. This, as we noted, in this ballpark, outfielders are much more shallow than they are in other parks. Now Bohr gets a right-hander, and he swings and misses at the first pitch. Bases loaded still. 2-0 Miami. Bohr has struck out and has singled. And Hernandez, pounding the strike zone, is out in front 0-2.
Good arm on Hernandez, mid-90s fastball, but these are two hittable pitches, especially that last one.
2 grand slams in his career. Both have come this year, but he's behind in the count 0-2.
We saw Justin Bohr swing a hot bat in that Atlanta series. Even his outs were hard.
And Hernandez has given up some long balls. Outfield has Bohr straight up and not too deep. Hops it up behind the screen and out of play.
Nice catch by the gentleman right in front of our booth here. He's wearing a Chooch shirt, Carlos Ruiz nickname.
He even got a few Chooch chants.
Did.
Fastball cracked to second. Hernandez waits. Galvis's turn is in time. And the Phillies turn 2, but Miami is on the board with the first 2 runs of the night. September 25th at 1 o'clock. Marlins will recognize the milestone, and you can as well. A commemorative bat offer. Purchase special event ticket. Get one of 3,000 limited edition full-size bats. For terms and conditions, visit marlins.com/Ichiro. We didn't have our special Ichiro music.
I know. What's the name of it? Itchy the Killer.
Itchy the Killer.
Which he's not. He's just a Hall of Fame baseball player. But
let's go down to Craig Minervini. Hey, Craig.
Rich, thank you very much. We're still not sure of the culprit, but before the game here, someone set up an Ichiro spot for hit number 3,000 with the very fancy, looks like almost ice cream cone sticks, to put his bat. You know how he likes to put his bats, a couple of them usually, and he puts them in a certain spot. But it's tricky here because there's no holes in the bench. So where do you put your bats if you're Ichiro? Now, we're still not sure. We heard it might be somebody from the Phillies side.
I got it. I know.
Is it McLaren?
It is.
All right.
And I'll tell you the history behind that. And Craig, as you know, Ichiro has his bats in that special spot in one special spot.
Every game.
And when he first got to Seattle, and John McLaren was the bench coach for Lou Piniella, Ichiro would, there's Johnny Mac. Ichiro would put his bats leaning up against the bench. And McLaren got tired of the bats falling over and hitting him in the leg. And Ichiro's very particular. He doesn't like people messing with his bats. So one day McLaren figured out this little homemade stand that would keep the bats from falling over. And every day he would write the name of a famous player on the spot. You know, he didn't want to just say Ichiro, but he would write Rod Carew. He would write Reggie Jackson. And on this one, he just put 3,000 on it.
Now, apparently, McLaren put it on the lower part of the bench, but Ichiro has still used this innovative thought from McLaren, but moved it to the top part of the bench.
Very nice. And it was down there.
Right.
And when Ichiro saw this, he burst into, and he knew exactly who it was because he and John McLaren are close. McLaren actually managed him in Seattle as well. And so Ichi mobilized it and moved it. Very nice.
And so professional looking, too.
Yeah, and McLaren said that one of the things, the reasons he used to put the different names on there is that Ichiro was a guy, and if you follow the Marlins, you know about Ichiro, you know that he studies the heroes of this game of Major League Baseball. He's been to the Hall of Fame 6 times. And so McLaren always wanted to put a player up there that Ichiro either would know about or might want to know about. That's a 3-hopper for Gordon, who goes to first in time. Roman Quinn is out number 2. So the tradition continues, Craig. And don't touch his bat.
You know, we see him every game in the home games to come out. He usually brings 2 bats. Same spot, doesn't really say anything, just puts it in the, and it's incredible how he cares for those bats in the cases, which other guys I think have done in recent years, but it really is amazing. I know you got to watch him a lot in Seattle with that. And Jeff, did you ever play with anybody who had bats in cases even back in the earlier days of your career and really watched after him like Ichiro?
Yeah, a guy named Serrano. He had little hats that he put on his bats.
You weren't in that movie.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. That. Oh, did I? No, I didn't. I don't recall anyone that was that particular with their bat. He's that particular with everything, though, not just his bats. I mean, he gloves. He rubs his glove down after every game and takes care of it very well. His shoes. Saw him in the clubhouse the other day polishing his shoes.
1-1 the count. Andres Blanco, and I've told the story before, but it's a good time to tell it again. The one time that Ichiro, in anger, threw his bat down in disgust, felt so bad about it the next day that he wrote a letter of apology to the bat manufacturer.
Mizuno, right?
Yes, and promised never to do it again. But he's probably coming in this ball game. Stanton playing here in the bottom of the 5th. Don Mattingly said ideally Giancarlo would play 6 innings. And Jeff, you noted, well, how would he be, you know, what would those 6 innings be like? What do you think as far as Stanton's workload so far?
I think it's been pretty light. We have not seen him have to really make any sudden moves or sprints out in the outfield. He had 1 ball on the ground to his left that he had to go for, but I think it's been a light night.
That's a really nice shutdown inning by Tom Kohler. And this ball game is headed to the 6th. It's 2-0. of that and the fanatic dancing.
He's the best.
He is. He really is the best. 2-0. Marlins on top. It's the 6th. David Hernandez stays in. And Danny Echeverria leads off. Marlins got their 2 runs in the 5th. They chased Adam Morgan. And Echeverria steps out. Tom Kohler and then D. Gordon behind Echeverria, who has singled. And Miami has banged out 8 hits in this ball game so far. At 2, it's really funny. We marveled in Atlanta that in one game we saw 2 things that we'd never seen before. Right?
2 things, yes.
2 things that we'd never seen before. We had such an odd play at first. I don't think I've ever really seen that, where a ball's hit to the first baseman and the pitcher goes over to cover. The first baseman decides to take it himself, and as he's going for the bag, the pitcher cuts across the base path and wipes out the runner.
Basically clothesline D. Gordon going down the bag.
And Echeverria gets hit by the fastball. That started the Marlins' 5th inning. That play with Gordon safe at first. The only wrinkle in that play was that Ryan Howard got to the bag before Gordon was going to get there, but the umpires, after Don Mattingly went out and asked them to get together, the umpires did get together and decided that Morgan had obstructed D. Gordon from getting to first, and that he probably had to divert his path to the bag to save himself. Look at how. Now watch. Howard gets there, but by then Gordon had been knocked off track. And a strike to Kohler, who's thinking about bunting. And of course, the Marlins had that odd play at third with Blanco getting the ball on the ground ball. Stanton just coming off the groin injury about 10 feet off the bag, and Stanton picking his way around the tag and getting back to the base. Blanco really charging on that one, and they count 0-2 to Kohler.
That's a Jack McKeon moment there.
Get yourself a new set of.
Pick yourself up a set of teeth.
Thank you. Thank you.
He would be screaming that from the dugout.
Well, Blanco again creeping in. Kohler squares. Pulls back. Did he go? No, that was close. Because Kohler started to bunt and push towards the ball, and then he tried his best to pull back. Let's watch.
See his hand come off the bat and everything.
He sold it, though.
Fudged that one a little bit.
Yeah, I think he got a break. 1-2. And that's going to be a foul ball. And so Kohler strikes out. Before D. Gordon arrives, we do some Geicoing. Look at this. Look who made the list in 1990 on this date in Major League history. And not as a Marlin either. Jeff Conine makes his Major League debut, pinch hitting for Gerald Perry. 17 seasons later, he would retire. What do you remember about that moment?
The biggest thing I remember about that was Bo Jackson was hitting the batter before me, and quite possibly hit one of the furthest balls I've ever seen hit in my entire life. It landed on the concourse up over the stands in Kansas City and hit like a snack stand that was up on the concourse. And I had never seen a ball hit like that. And Jim Eisenreich was coming up behind me, and he slaps me in the back and said, "Follow that, kid."
Who would be your teammate in with the Marlins as well?
That's
Eisenreich.
correct. The World Series year.
Now Gordon. And D smokes one to the gap, left center field. Echeverria around second, headed to third. Herrera up with the ball. Gordon's not stopping, and he's in with the double. Herrera may have hesitated a bit, and that's all D. Gordon needed.
Herrera hesitated, looked at Echeverria going to third base and thought about throwing it to third. And then when he realized that, uh-oh, D. Gordon's running. You see him here, he's looking at, I think I'm too late. D. Gordon gets into second base easily, which if he had gone right to second base first, he would not have probably even tried.
I'll tell you what, Jeff, just in these last two games, all of a sudden D. Gordon looks like the D. Gordon that the Marlins remembered from last year.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of solid contact. He's getting his legs going and really affecting a game by his speed.
All right, this is an important at bat here. Marlins try to add on. Stanton facing a right-hander for the first time tonight. He's walked twice and bounced into a double play, and the infield is in.
See that first pitch well out of the strike zone, and Giancarlo couldn't hold up his swing. Number 1.
Outfield very deep. Good speed out there. Good pitch to hit. It's 1-2.
You saw the hesitant swing on the curveball first pitch and then another curveball, and he was, I think, sitting off speed there because that fastball got in on him.
Slider, and he struck out. And so it's up to Prado to try to get something out of this inning.
Here's that good breaking ball. This one's a pretty good pitch on the outside corner. Giancarlo can't get out there and get that one.
Well, those are the type of at-bats that you're trying to get back into the day in and day out activities. Now Prado. Good breaking ball from Hernandez.
Yeah, you just, when you miss 3 weeks during the course of a big league season, you just can't flip the switch and come back in and expect to have timing, especially against a guy like this who's got such a good breaking ball.
And Prado chases. Suddenly it's 0-2. Martine's got 2 hits, RBI double in the 5th, singled in the 3rd.
Hernandez is averaging over 10.25 strikeouts per 9 innings, so he's 74 strikeouts in 65 innings pitched.
He's got 2 strikeouts this inning. Breaking ball, diving stop. Blanco trapped it, but he gets the out at first. Now Prado hit it right on the button. And the Marlins lead 2. suspected is coming into the ball game for Stanton. As Ichiro is in right. Stanton ends his night with a couple of walks and a run scored in a 2-0 ball game. Don Mattingly looking over his lineup card, so that means Ichiro, and that's why Stanton is hitting second in the ball game. Is Mattingly plan to put Ichiro in right around this time? And so rather than really disrupt his lineup at that point, Ichiro slots in between Gordon and Prado, where he hit in Atlanta.
Right, I was going to say, if Ichiro would have started this game, that's the spot in the lineup that he would have been anyway.
Ryan Howard fouls it off. For Tom Kohler tonight, Howard has been a troublesome at bat. He's walked him twice.
Three walks, 2 of those to Ryan Howard. Pretty high pitch count for only giving up 3 hits. It's at 94 pitches.
Both bullpens are active right now. Howard, Cameron Rupp, Odubel Herrera for the Phils. There's Mike Dunn in Miami's pen. Michael Marriott, the right-hander, in the Phillies pen.
Well, Ryan Howard at just 191 on the season is giving Tom Kohler some pretty good at-bats tonight.
Kohler's given up just the 3 hits, and he's walked 3. Ryan Howard, right center, and it's gone. Well, Pete Buchanan said he wants Howard in the lineup for the rest of the way. And Howard thanks his manager with his 22nd home run.
One of the few mistakes that Tom Kohler's made on that breaking ball tonight. So that one kind of rolled up there and didn't have that sharp break like we've seen. And Ryan Howard did not miss that. That was loud.
And that cuts Miami's lead in half. It's 2-1. .379th career home run.
70th place on the all-time list. Ryan Howard.
He would be further up that list had Jim Thome not been a Philly when Howard was in the minor leagues. Howard spent a couple years down in the minors while Thome was still here.
That's kind of why they let Thome go, because they knew that Ryan Howard was coming up through the system and could take over and provide that power.
That one is lined to left. Ozuna over to get it. Rupp around first. The throw from Ozuna, and it's in and out of the glove of D. Gordon. Surprised to see the catcher Cameron Rupp go for the double, and Ozuna's throw looked like it was just about to beat him, but Gordon couldn't handle it.
They tried to apply the tag a little bit too soon. Didn't have the ball in the glove yet, secured. I don't know if he would have gotten him anyway, but it was going to be close. Close play. We've been really close.
And
Got him.
Don Mattingly's on his way out, and this looks like it's it for Kohler, who gives up the long Howard homer, 407 feet, the double to Rupp. Kohler's at 101 pitches. And with Odubel Herrera, a lefty bat up, it's going to be Mike Dunn in this Kendall Toyota, called to the bullpen. The Phillies. This reminder, ACC football on Fox Sports Florida. Heisman hopeful Deshaun Watson and number 5 Clemson take on South Carolina State. That's noon on Fox Sports Florida. No television tomorrow for the Marlins and the Phillies. However, on Sunday we are back. Andrew Kashner, Alec Asher, a pair of right-handers. Marlins Phillies on Sunday. Marlins live at 1, game at 1:30. Mike Dunn is in. Marlins in this ball game have left 10 on base and lead at 2-1. The Phillies get their first run on the Howard homer. Rupp is at second. And here is Odubel Herrera. And Mike Dunn misses away. Freddie Galvis, Aaron Altair follow Herrera.
10 men left on base through 6 innings with the Marlins. They've had ample opportunities to blow this game open, and they've still only managed to score 2 runs.
2-0. Austin Bryce in Miami's pen. So Don Mattingly has a right-handed option in his bullpen. And Herrera steps out.
Mike Dunn is actually slightly better against lefties. I mean, righties. Righties averaging 243. Lefties hitting 250.
Galvis is a switch hitter on deck. Herrera cracks one to center. Yelich is not going to get it. It's deep, and it's in that corner. The Phillies are going to tie it. Rupp around third, and he scores. And it's 2-2. And that's back-to-back doubles.
Couple balls out of the strike zone. He's got to come in here with a fastball, and that's a good one to hit right down the middle, and he sends it for a ride to the deepest part of left center.
Now Galvis, and then you've got Altair. Now the Marlins have to decide how to defend this. If the Phillies tried to bunt, they are near the bottom of their order. Marlins infield certainly looks like they're expecting bunt.
That was a design pickoff play like we've seen the Marlins try and execute a number of different times. Try to catch the base runner sleeping.
Into right, that's a hit. Ichiro after it. Runner holds at third. But right now the Phillies have 4 consecutive hits, and they've tied the game at 2.
That's a little respect for the arm of Ichiro, but I didn't think he got a very good jump because that ball was not that hard hit. You see Galvis looking at him to see if he's going to score on that.
And Don Mattingly is on his way out, and the Marlins are going to make another pitching change. So Tom Kohler gives up the Howard homer, the Rupp double. Mike Dunn gives up the Herrera double and a Galvis single. And it's the rookie right-hander Austin Bryce who is called upon here in a tight spot in a big game. Kendall Toyota called to the pen. To remember, that's a Jose Urena, Jeremy Hellickson matchup. Andrew Kashner and Alec Asher on Sunday at 1 o'clock is for Marlins Live, a 1:30 game on Sunday. Here tonight, Miami had a 2-0 lead, and that's gone here in the bottom of the 6th. And the Phillies threatening, nobody out at the corners. Bryce gets a strike. Altair has singled and walked. Austin Bryce appeared on Tuesday night and gave up a couple of runs in Atlanta. Bouncer to short. Echeverria to Gordon. There's one. Safe. And the Phillies have a run and a base runner. And it's still only one out. And Miami's lead is long gone here. It's 3-2 Phillies.
Yeah, it's too bad that couldn't hold the lead. Tom Kohler does not factor into this decision.
Here is Cody Ashe now.
Marlins electing to play back on that and try and turn two instead of getting the runner going to home plate. But slowly enough hit that
well, Altair really can run.
He can fly.
Pinch a penny with Ashe as the pinch hitter.
Mickey Morandini's having a little trouble looking over his shoulder.
Mickey Morandini, a familiar name in Phillies history. He's the first base coach. Juan Samuel is also steeped in Phil's history. He's at third base. There's Juan Samuel. Looks like he'd still hit.
Yeah. He was actually in spring training when I was at the Royals at the very tail end of his career, the beginning of mine.
That's a strike. Bob Davidson at third base punches out Cody Ashe.
Well, you can really hear right after that happened, the Marlins dugout, you could hear him screaming that yes, he went. I don't know if they influenced Bob Davidson's call at all. It was in unison.
Bob Davidson with an emphatic punch out. Hernandez. And he swings through a Austin Bryce fastball. Hernandez is lined out and struck out. So the damage so far, 3 runs on the 4 hits. And a 2-0 lead gone in a night where the Marlins have stranded 10 and had some great opportunities slip through their fingers. But as they say, Jeff Conine, a long way to go, and these two teams are in no particular hurry to get there.
They are not. You like Bryce? I mean, Bryce, I like his arm slot. I like the action he gets on his fastball. We saw him give up a couple runs the other day in Atlanta with just some mislocations, but he's got some promising stuff.
He's an intriguing guy because of what you mentioned, and also the fact that the Marlins moved him out of the rotation in Jacksonville, and he was having a pretty good year. Moved into the bullpen, then he started having a better year, and he strikes out Hernandez, and he has a beef with Dan Iasona, but Iasona stuck the call. The Phillies, though, get 3 and lead it by a run. 7-2 Phillies, and the Marlins will have to play from behind. GMC, big matchup. Marlins, Phils. It's split right down the middle right now. The Marlins have scored more runs, but as you note, 8 wins, 8 losses.
Those are head scratchers, Rich. You just look at all those collection numbers. It looks like Miami should be well ahead in the season series. Better ERAs, more runs scored, average.
John Manley working the lineup card. He'll have to pencil in Michael Marriott. Not related.
Just one R.
Yes. And not nearly as many points. Michael Marriott out of the University of Nebraska. He was a teammate of Cody Ashes. How about that?
How about that?
He's not a real big guy, 6 feet, 160 pounds.
Became the 1,999th player to ever appear in a game for the Philadelphia Phillies. How about that little nugget?
What was that again? 1,000.
1,999th player to ever appear for the Phillies.
Okay. So I assume no swing by Yelich. I assume that the 2,000th player has not appeared, because then that note would disappear, right?
I don't know why it would be significant if it was 1999.
Right.
If 2000 was here. You're correct, sir. Wonder what he got. Maybe he got like a Phillies onesie for a
he got
present or something like that.
A year's supply of cheesesteaks.
Box of chocolates or something.
Cheesesteaks.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's true.
Chicky and Pete crab fries too. 1-2. Marriott misses in. Yelich, Ozuna, Real Muto. Marlins had that great opportunity in the second. Ozuna and Real Muto with hits to start the inning, second and third, and nobody out. And Marlins couldn't budge the runners. And Yelich strikes out on a good running fastball.
Yelich just looks a little off tonight. His pitch selection is not what it's normally dialed in to be, and that happens. Major league hitters from a night-to-night basis. The smallest adjustment or the smallest error in your swing or your thought process can really mess up your mechanics.
Ozuna hits a high pop-up. Third base line, and it's Blanco who makes the catch. On Thursday, the Marlins start a 4-game series with the Braves. The 7-10 start. Seniors 55 and older can get free tickets with ID on Senior Free Ticket Thursdays. It's presented by Wellmax Medical Centers. Go to Marlins.com today. Marriott has a couple quick outs and a strike on JT Real Muto. And what makes losing the 2-0 lead even more frustrating is that the Mets are 2 outs away from shutting out the Twins. 3-0.
Marlins are at the point this season where when you've got a lead like this, you got to add on and win these type of games, because you just can't afford to lose with only 15 games to play after today.
There's your runners left on base.
I'm sure we'll reference that second and third with nobody out back in the second inning when the Marlins failed to score as one of the key points of this game.
Well, the hard part too at that point was just contact would have done the trick to move one in. But give credit to Adam Morgan. He struck out Bohr and he struck out Echeverria. And then got Kohler to bounce out. That's at the knees, and that's strike 3 called. Michael Marriott. 3 up and 3 down. 3-2. Phillies. The Marlins started. That would be obstruction by the pitcher. Gordon was awarded first base. And the Marlins, in that 5th inning, were off and running. AT Prado with an RBI double. JT Realmuto knocks home a run. Ryan Howard. That's a long, high home run. That made it 2-1. Odubel Herrera, after the Cameron Rupp double, ties the game. Phillies would add a run. Aaron Altair with a ground ball out. And that's how this game arrives at 3-2. 7th inning stretch just finished in Philly. In a somewhat frustrating night for the Fish. David Phelps. Roman Quinn takes out. Phelps gets a strike. Tom Kohler. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs. Mike Dunn charged for a run. He faced 2 hitters, gave up 2 hits. Austin Bryce an inning and 2 strikeouts. Phelps has returned to active duty, but not really enough time to ramp him up as a starter, so the Marlins decided to, at least to start with, throw him right into the bullpen. If you have just joined us, Wei-Yin Chen will jump back in and make a start. Chen has thrown sim games and is worked up to that point, but it's not easy to just jump in without throwing a minor league rehab game. And Chen gets the assignment on Monday night against the Washington Nationals.
Just thrown right into the fire there. First start back against the division leading Nationals.
He will take the spot of Jacob Esch in the rotation. Echeverria there. And Roman Quinn is 0 for 4 in this ball game. And here comes Andres Blanco.
I tell you, David Phelps has done a great job for the Marlins this season. They've done pretty much whatever they've asked him to. He took care of that Took a hold of that 8th inning spot early in the season and was lights out, absolutely dominant. And then just before he pulled his oblique, he made 5 starts for the Marlins, going 2-1 with a 2.2 ERA.
And I would think if you're looking towards next season, Phelps certainly is a candidate to be in that rotation. Everybody assumed that shortening his outings in the pen from starter was the reason for the uptick in velocity, but Phelps maintained from the very start it was the fact that his arm felt better. He had that stress fracture, which is not something that happens all of a sudden. It's a wear and tear injury. That stress fracture at the end of 15, healthy at the start of 16.
Yeah, it was a pretty remarkable uptick in velocity. We saw him last year as a starter. It was 88 to 91 around. Nothing overpowering at all. And then spring training, he came out. We started seeing those mid-90s fastballs that we're still seeing here in September.
I think Blanco may have gotten his shoelaces from Yoenis Cespedes.
Oh, yeah.
There's a swing and a miss.
They shop at the same shoelace store.
Well, Cespedes got neon and everything.
Matches the gloves at least.
Two. Speaking of Yoenis Cespedes, he just caught the 3rd out in center field in the 9th, and the Mets shut out the Twins 3-0. Remember, the Cardinals and the Giants play tonight in San Francisco. By then, the Marlins and the Phillies will be in the 8th inning. You can continue to watch Marlins games on the go on DirecTV and AT&T. Just download the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Take Fox Sports Florida and Marlins baseball wherever you go. Well, this is the guy that started the Phillies back. Ryan Howard has walked twice, homered, and his homer to left is 22nd of the season. And he fouls that pitch back to the screen. I think I said left. He actually was in right center field, though Howard's hit plenty of homers to left in his career and at the Marlins' expense.
Well, that was one of the happy places for him, that he would just flip that ball over, especially here at Citizens Bank Park, which has got a pretty short left field. He absolutely destroyed left field home runs.
You got a couple of guys that grew up in the St. Louis area, Phelps and Howard.
Well, that's been such a great pitch for David Phelps, that cutter that he throws. We saw him strike out Blanco on it in the outside corner.
Of course, Phelps would go to Notre Dame. Howard would play at Missouri State. One and two. Phelps wants a new baseball. Debray Ramos in the Phillies pen. Howard, but this one is shallow center. Yelich is there and he makes the catch. Marlins are down a run with 2 innings left in Philly. That's right, in that order. Thank you, Jessica. Justin Bour at the plate. Tommy Joseph at first. And a Dubry Ramos on the mound. And a fastball misses in to Justin Bour. So the parade of relievers continues. Third out of the pen for the Phillies. Ramos working in the 8th. And Bour takes a breaking ball in the dirt. You got a Danny Echeverria scheduled next, but Derek Dietrich has planted himself on deck. And then the pitcher spot. Fastball chopped. Joseph backhands and hits Ramos in stride. Not sure Ryan Howard gets that, but Tommy Joseph did.
Ramos, one of the big arms at the back end of just about every bullpen in baseball now. I don't think anybody throws under 95 miles an hour, it seems, out of a bullpen.
So Dietrich was on deck. Tomas Talise is going to come up now, and Dietrich's just going to stay in line, and he'll stay on deck. He could be like the permanent on deck hitter.
Until you really need him, he'll be out there.
Just stay out there for a while, kid.
Just keep swinging, get loosed up.
So Talise is going to hit here in the 8th. Miami in need of base runners. So Talise takes a breaking ball. Talise quickly is behind the count, 0-2. Ramos, another one of those guys who is a big strikeout man. 27% of all the hitters he's faced, he's punched out. He was having a great year in the minor leagues when he was called up. Kyle Bearclaw in Miami's pen. Talise gets a bat on it, but it dribbles out to second, and Hernandez throws him out. So there's 2 outs.
Now we get to see Derek Dietrich. David Phelps' night is over.
Phelps goes for an inning, and Dietrich digs in. Dietrich had a start on Wednesday. Drove in a run with an infield hit, but he's behind the count 0-2, and we've seen that the nasty breaking stuff out of the right hand of Ramos. Dietrich, right field and deep and gone. And this game is tied. How about that? A pinch hit home run by Derek Dietrich, who waited on deck for his turn, fell behind 0-2, and blasts one out to right.
Boy, Rich, you talked about the nasty breaking stuff, and he got one, but it was out of shoe tops. Took the 2-iron right there, took it out of the bag, hit it deep to right field. This is a tough pitch to hit, and he just dropped the head on it.
Here's Gordon, and he lines one into left field. That's a hit. And Gordon is at first base with 2 outs. It was an 0-2 pitch.
I mean, you're not going to really cry about the location of that one. Usually when you give up a home run on an 0-2 pitch, it's elevated and it's just a bad pitch. That's actually a pretty good pitch.
Dietrich was into his trot pretty quickly.
Yes, he knew it right away.
Off the bat. Now you've got Ichiro up for his first at bat, and you got to think that D. Gordon, if at all has an opportunity to run, is going to go. And so Ramos tries to keep him close. Gordon swiped the bag in the 5th inning, and D's got 3 more hits tonight. Ichiro's first at bat. Stanton started. Giancarlo had 4 plate appearances. He walked twice, struck out, and bounced into a double play. Gordon is running. Huge jump, and no chance to throw him out. Cameron Rupp never had a shot. And Gordon's got his 2nd bag of the night, his 22nd on the season.
That was supposed to be a pitch out. Went over the middle of the plate. So Rupp had to kind of reach back across his body to make the throw. I don't think they would have gotten him anyway because D. Gordon had a great jump.
So it sets up Ichiro with 2 outs with a count 1-0. And obviously great speed at second. Though with Ichiro at the plate, the outfield is very shallow. They're not real deep.
Got some good throwing arms out there.
Outside corner. And it's a ball and a strike.
That's a great stat for Ichiro. Close and late. 406 average.
It's late and it's close. Ichiro had 5 hits in the first 2 games of that Atlanta series. Did not start on Wednesday. And asks for time and gets it.
One of those was a multi-hit effort, and it was Ichiro's 900th career multi-hit game.
I think actually that was Rupp that asked for time. Gordon away from second. Good lead. And Ichiro fouls it back. So Ichiro's on one of those runs now that you see the last 3 games, 5 for 9, including a triple where he's barreling the ball up. Pushed his average back up over 300. 2-2 in the dirt, and Ichiro strikes out. But Miami draws even. And it's a pinch hit home run. Derek Dietrich. 3-3, bottom 8. Three-game series wraps up in Philly on Sunday. Andrew Kashner, Alec Asher. That's your pitching matchup. Programming note, 1 o'clock for Marlins Live, 1:30. First pitch. Here tonight in Philly, Marlins had a 2-0 lead. Phillies erased it with 3 in the bottom of the 6th. Derek Dietrich with a pinch hit homer in the 8th has tied it. And this game is at 3-3.
That was Dietrich's first home run since July 1st.
The 5th pinch hit homer of the year for the Marlins. And Miguel Rojas goes in. Dietrich hit in Echeverria's spot. Kyle Bearclaw for Miami. Cameron Rupp, Odubel Herrera, and Freddie Galvis. And this is the part of the order that really got it going in the 6th. After the Howard homer, Rupp doubled, Herrera doubled, Galvis singled. The Phillies would get 3 runs that inning. And Bearclaw at 96 with a fastball. Bearclaw was off limits on Wednesday. That gives him 2 days to recharge the batteries. See a 3.38 ERA against the Phils, and Bearclaw misses away.
Had a rough outing. Not that you'd say on the scorebook. The scorebook was no runs, but he didn't have as good command the last time out against Atlanta. Ended up going an inning and a third and threw almost 40 pitches, so that's why he got a day off on Wednesday.
How about Brad Hand? Who saw that coming?
Leading the league in relief appearances.
74 with the Padres.
So Bearclaw was 71 and still leads all National League relievers in strikeouts.
And he dots the outside corner at the knees and strikes out Rupp.
It looked like Rupp might have been looking for that devastating slider that Bearclaw throws for a strikeout pitch. This is just, here it is, right down the middle.
Relief strikeouts in a single season. Bearclaw, the only Marlin in history over 100, and he's now sitting at 105. Odubel Herrera is 2 for 3. And he takes a strike. What's at stake tonight? Well, the Mets have won. They shut out Minnesota. That was in New York. The opener of their series. The Cardinals and the Giants are just about to get started out in San Francisco. The Marlins open play in the National League wild card chase. 4 back, and with the Mets win, they fall 4.5 back. But if they win this game, they're back to 4. Importantly, it's the Cardinals and the Giants, and I'm not sure, Jeff Conine, who you pull for. Maybe the Cardinals today, the Giants tomorrow. You obviously, someone's going to lose a game. Who is it you want to get ground on first? Do you want to? I would think you'd want the Cardinals to win, because I think you'd want to at least get a couple of wins and drop San Francisco down, or keep San Francisco losing, because the Giants are on a terrible skid right now. Shallow left. Rojas had to divert his flight pattern there to make that catch. He was sailing out towards Yelich and had to take a left turn.
I think he thought it was hit a little bit further than he thought. He got back there. Nice adjustment. But since you have to pass one of those teams anyway, and the closest one is St. Louis, if they got swept, then you'd be.
That would put the Giants out of reach then, probably, right? If all of a sudden they get back on their feet and start winning. I don't know. I think you just win games.
The bottom line is the Marlins need help.
Just win games.
They need help from those 3 teams. Just keep winning, and hopefully those 3 teams start losing.
Yeah, more importantly, just win this game. And don't worry about any of that stuff. That's for us to discuss.
How about Kyle Bearclaw tonight just pumping fastballs? I've not seen one slider yet. 97 miles an hour, good control. I don't know if that was a directive that he's working on something tonight. Just wants to go with the fastball.
That one kicked into the seats. Now the Giants and the Cardinals did play last night, so Johnny Cueto got that off to a good start for the Giants, who are 10 over. But the Giants had fallen 4 back in the West behind the Dodgers. Dodgers tonight are in Arizona and lead at 2-0. Kyle Bearclaw comes in and goes 1-2-3 through the Phillies in the 8th. This ball game goes to the 9th. 3-3. Fish and Phils. On Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Ram, get power you can depend on at Ram Power Days. And by your South Florida Honda dealers. Under the watchful eye of William Penn. Philadelphia.
These cars are going really fast.
That's well, it's a Friday night in Philly.
Oh.
Things move, things happen. Leads are lost.
Places to go, people to see.
Marlins lost their lead. Phillies have lost their lead. Here's Prado. He takes a fastball up from Ramos. Christian Yelich, Marcell Ozuna. Both bullpens are fully stocked with relievers still.
Yeah, this time of the season, there is no shortage of arms available to each manager.
Of course, the Marlins had a day off yesterday. The Phillies did not, and the Phillies bullpen took it on the chin yesterday in a 15-2 loss to the Pirates. Pirates had 8 runs in that 9th inning. Dustin McGowan in Miami's pen, former Philly. Prado has hit it hard tonight. He's 2 for 4, and he was robbed of a hit in the 6th.
And that might have been the hardest ball he hit all night. Did not like that call. And he's right. Out of the strike zone.
Fastball foul back. It's a guy in a Chase Utley jersey that nearly lost, nearly tumbled 2 rows after that. His buddy just saved him from peril. 2-2 to Prado. Prado to right. Altair is there and he makes a catch. One out here in the ninth, and here comes Yelich. Now Yelich tonight has struck out twice, flied out, bounced out. That thumping noise you hear is Martin Prado.
Good audio on that one.
Yes.
A little frustrations out after not a great at bat. Christian Yelich still looks a little out of sorts, kind of waving at a off-speed pitch.
Well, you rarely see Yelich in this type of night.
Struck out for the third time.
Marcell Ozuna now 1 for 4.
Well, that's a big breaking curveball. Marcell Ozuna waving at it. Marcell Ozuna with his home run the other night in Atlanta ties his career high with 23.
He's 0-2 now. Well, it was a breaking ball that Dietrich hit out. It wasn't quite off his shoe tops, but it was close. Closer to the shoes than the belt.
That was a show-me fastball. He's going to probably go back to the curveball now.
McGowan and Ramos. Up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Boy, Ramos had so much success throwing the breaking ball and getting Ozuna to chase. He pipes a fastball.
Very surprised at that pitch call right there. The first two pitches were well out of the strike zone. Ozuna waved at him, not even close. He decides to come with a fastball. And like you said, Rich, right down the middle. Good pitch to hit.
JT Realmuto is 2 for 4. And he lofts that one into right. Altair makes the catch. A running catch in right, and Miami's done in the ninth. 3-3 in Philly. Seven hits with their 3 runs for the Phils. MLB.TV Premium, #1 live streaming sports service available. Every out-of-market game live in HD. And you've got over 400 supported devices. Plus the new iPhones are out too, so that's going to add a whole new layer of fun. Free subscription to At-Bat Premium. It's the #1 app for live baseball. MLB.TV, the place to go for details. Ninth inning in Philly, 3-3 ball game. Dustin McGowan and Miami will try to keep it at 3. Aaron Altair set to lead it off. Remember that defensive swap after a pinch hit. Tommy Joseph is in the 9 spot. So there's some pop on deck, and then you're up to Cesar Hernandez for the Fightin' Phils on a night where the Marlins are trying to stay close to that second wild card spot. The Mets have won. Altair takes a rip at a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. He is 1 for 2 with an RBI.
McGowan's putting together a pretty nice year. 48 appearances now, ranks 13th among National League relievers, and opponents average at 194.
And that's for him got to be really satisfying, Jeff, with all that he's had to overcome, all the injuries he had to fight through as a Blue Jay. Was a Philly last year. And did not pitch well here. He's 6.94 ERA. And Dustin McGowan finishes off Aaron Altair. But he really has put it together. 34-year-old. Here's Joseph now.
Holding right-handed batters to just a 149 average.
Joseph, he has power, and a fastball misses up. Tommy Joseph, former catcher, and a guy that's missed a lot of time lately and coming up in the minor leagues. Concussions wiped out almost 2 full seasons for him. But the Phils have been able to get him time at first base, and they like his bat. McGowan buries a breaking ball.
1-0 fastball by McGowan, 98 miles an hour out there in the corner. Good location. You look at the Marlins in this game, it's quite the line. 3 runs on 12 hits, 12 men left on base. See 19 home runs on the season for Tommy Joseph. Ranks 3rd in
and he chases
all rookies.
Ball in the dirt, and he's tagged out by Real Muto. So Dustin McGowan has punched out 2.
Yeah, 2. Both strikeouts have been on curveballs in the dirt. And when you're throwing 98 miles an hour, you got to start it just a little bit early if you want to catch up to it. And if you're starting early, that you commit to that swing. That breaking ball looks like a fastball out of his hand.
McGowan misses low to Cesar Hernandez. An 0 for 4 in the leadoff spot. Marlins have kept the top of the order in check all night. But it's been that 6, 7, 8. Even Cameron Rupp in the 5 spot. And of course, the Howard homer came from the cleanup spot. See Real Muto shake his head after McGowan shook him off. Fastball into right. Ichiro has it, and the Phillies, with 2 outs in the 9th, have a runner on. Marlins bullpen, an addition. Odrisamer Despagne from the Padres via Havana. Despagne, a guy that will relieve. He was at times starting. Don Mattingly today talked about him and said this is a guy that, as Mattingly watched as a Dodger manager, saw him start and throw some really nice starts. And then Mattingly said, but we also saw some not so nice starts. So he's kind of a work in progress guy, a guy that does have options. So the Marlins, if they like what they see, could certainly, once he goes to camp next year, if he doesn't have a great camp and all that, keep him in the system and try to develop him a little bit more. Roman Quinn, and he takes a strike. Quinn, the young Floridian, the switch hitter, getting promoted at the end of the Double-A season. Hernandez. Well, McGowan is throwing hard right now.
Wow, 98.
Perseverance and modern medicine is what you're looking at with McGowan, who missed, I think it was 3 seasons all told, with a variety of injuries and surgeries in Toronto. But you need the perseverance to go with the modern medicine.
Absolutely.
It's not just snap your fingers in your back. Yeah, he missed 3 complete seasons. Got to the big leagues in 05 with the Blue Jays, missed 09 and 10 and 12. Rotator cuff surgery, torn labrum.
And those are tough ones to come back from. Rich, the whole trend nowadays is Tommy John surgery, and it's got an extremely good success rate. But when you start having shoulder operations, that's a complex joint, and a lot of pitchers never come back to what they were before a shoulder surgery.
His injury in 2012 were twofold: plantar fasciitis in his right foot, and he had tightness in the shoulder. Of course, he had in 09 and 10 those 2 shoulder surgeries, the labrum and the rotator cuff. But he pitched in AAA for the Phillies last year, 14 games for the Phils after a long run in Toronto. Quinn ready, Hernandez from first. 1-2.
Ooh, that grazed the bottom of the strike zone there. Saw JT kind of had his glove go down the dirt. He didn't do a real good job of framing that one, but I don't think he would have called it a strike anyway.
Hernandez hasn't budged from first. And a swing and a miss. And Quinn goes down on strikes for the 3rd time. McGowan looks terrific. And this ball game's going to the 10th. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. (3-3) Marlins and Phillies. Casey and the Sunshine Band.
How about that? Trying to get the Philly crowd going here in the 10th inning. Free baseball.
Joely Rodriguez for the Phils. Rodriguez made his major league debut a few days ago. Spent the entire season with the Iron Pigs of Lehigh Valley, AAA. Also appeared with Reading. And a former Philly, Jeff Francoeur, will get the at-bat against Joely Rodriguez.
It's like Frenchie was trying to erase that tie game right there. Big swing.
Francoeur pops it foul and out of play. Now in this ballpark, wearing the Phillies uniform, Francoeur beat the Marlins twice on walk-off hits, including a walk-off home run.
As you can see, loves to hit here at Citizens Bank Park.
And Francoeur got that off the end of the bat. Herrera in center makes the catch. Chris Johnson. And this is where the pitcher sits in the Marlins order right now. Johnson's playing time has diminished, but he gets an at bat here against the lefty. It's a curse and a blessing, this ballpark in extra innings, because one swing can end it here, obviously, in these tight dimensions. But you get into extra innings, all of a sudden guys try to end it with one swing.
Yeah, they know it's an easy park to get, not a cheap home run, but get the ball out of here because you want to end the game.
An inexpensive one.
Yes. They're on sale here at Citizens Bank Park.
And Rodriguez strikes out Johnson. And here is Rojas, and this was the spot where the Marlins tied it with a pinch hit homer by Derek Dietrich against Edubray Ramos. So this is Rojas's first at bat. Marlins have used 5 relievers. And for the Phillies, this is number 4. They've been able to get multiple innings out of Ramos. Hernandez went an inning and 2/3. That almost qualifies. And Michael Marriott, a scoreless inning in relief as well.
Boy, Rupp is having a hard time with the movement on these pitches from Rodriguez. That's a big slider, and it might have been a little bit of a cross-up, but saw him mishandle a fastball that was pretty much down the middle.
Well, he certainly hasn't handled him much at all this year. The lefty's been in Double-A and Triple-A.
Just a third of an inning so far for the Phils. Made his debut last Sunday at Washington.
Marlins have used a lot of people off the bench as pinch hitters and replacements. Rojas cuts and misses. Remember, Stanton started in right, got 4 plate appearances, replaced by Ichiro. Bohr was just pinch hit for with Francoeur. Echeverria came out in a double switch. Tomas Talis pinch hit in that spot. Chris Johnson is pinch hit. Derek Dietrich hit a pinch hit homer. Rojas is now in the game. Marlins still have Xavier Scruggs and Destin Hood. And if they need a runner, Jeffrey Perez, or a catcher, Jeff Mathis. Rojas bangs one out to shorts. Galvis loads up and fires a strike. 1, 2, 3 for the Fish in the 10th. Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side, official sponsor of Extra Innings. 3-3, bottom 10. And the Marlins going to go deeper into their bullpen. First, let's reset the defense. Chris Johnson's going to stay in the ball game, and he's at first. I think they need to turn that up out there.
What? Did you say something?
Hunter Cervenka.
It's Club Citizens Bank Park right now. They're trying to get these people fired up. My goodness.
Well, they got her going. Andres Blanco. Cervenka comes in a tough spot in the order with Blanco, although you do have a pinch hitter on deck, Macau Franco, and then Cameron Rupp. Cervenka off the mound, little underhand flip, nicely done. Blanco trying to bunt for a hit, and Cervenka gets the out at first. And so here comes Franco, who did not start, but he pinch hits here. Don Mattingly, you can see him walk right through your picture there. Hunter Cervenka, we hardly knew ye. How about that? You get all warmed up. You get one pitch.
Have a nice night.
Put your feet up, kid. Kendall Toyota called to the bullpen. It's Fernando Rodney. Getting loose in a 3-3 ball game, bottom 10. Rodney is about to become the 7th pitcher. Otis Day and the Knights getting everybody up. See, I think shout is much better than just turning it up to 11 on the PA.
Yes.
It seemed to get a lot more people involved than just pure volume. Marlins are hopeful that Rodney has ironed out his issues.
Yeah, last time out, gave up 3 runs in a critical game in Atlanta. The Marlins really needed to win.
Changeup, and Franco was all dialed in for fastball. Franco has popped 22 homers.
Don Mattingly's press conference a little while ago said that Ramos would be his closer from foreseeable future after Rodney's troubles as of late. It's nice that he has an option to have 2 guys that are excellent at closing games. Rodney, since 2012's 174 saves, are the 4th most in baseball.
Well, he got out in front 0-1, and now he yanks that fastball. It's 3-1.
And I think that's most of the problems that we've seen from Rodney is his lack of fastball command. We know he's got a devastating changeup. He just cannot throw that fastball for a strike.
And it's a 1-out walk. And as Rodney walks the first man he faces, here comes big Cameron Rupp.
Fox Tracks has that possible strike right there in the corner, but when you're not going to be in the zone at all, the umpire is not going to give it to you. You're not going to get the benefit of the doubt.
Emmanuel Burris is going to run for the Phils. So the Phils get a little speed out there at first base. And Rodney tries to keep him close. And you see the career numbers, 73% as a base thief. Burris opened the season with the Phillies. Midway through, ended up being sent down to AAA and remained with Lehigh Valley, where he stole 6 bases in 50 games.
Nobody up in the Marlins bullpen right now.
Rojas in for a quick word with Rodney. There's a roller to Rojas. That's short. There's one. D. Gordon's turn is in time, and Fernando Rodney rolls a double play. Much needed double play.
That was a heck of a meeting.
That was. Rojas said, make him hit it to me. And he did. And this ball game is going to the 11th. That's a beautiful looking moon.
Whoa.
Plane? What plane?
The plane.
Wild card picture. All right, what's at stake here tonight for the Marlins? They were 4 back to start things, but the Mets took care of Minnesota, shut them out by a 3-0 score. It was a Bartolo Colon start. Now the Cardinals and the Giants have arrived in the top of the 3rd. There's no score in San Francisco. Giants beat the Cardinals last night. D. Gordon leads it off in the 11th. And the Phillies into their bullpen a little deeper. This is Luis Garcia. He takes over for Joely Rodriguez. The lefty saw 3 Marlins and got all 3 out in the 10th. It's Gordon, Ichiro, Prado. If anybody reaches, Yelich and Ozuna. Most of the changes in the Marlins lineup down near the bottom. Obviously, Ichiro came in for Stanton in the bottom of the 6th, though that was kind of pre-planned by Don Mattingly. And Gordon takes a fastball for a strike. D. Gordon, another terrific night tonight. 3 hits, a double, 2 stolen bases, and a run scored. You see the 8-game hitting streak, 13 hits in those 8 games. And Gordon lashes one foul.
Yeah, we've seen him be able to get on top of that high fastball tonight 3 times. Twice to the other opposite field. It was a pitch he's really struggling with before this hitting streak started.
Breaking ball. Gordon drives it left center field. Herrera calls off Quinn and makes a catch. And here comes Ichiro. Second at bat for Ichiro. He struck out back in the 8th. What else is going on in baseball tonight? Boston beat the Yankees 7-4.
Boston now opened up a 2-game lead in the American League East with Baltimore and Toronto.
Baltimore beat the Rays 5-4. Cleveland rocks 11-4. They beat Detroit. And so the lead for Cleveland now is at 7 games in the Central. I don't think there would be any argument from the Marlins if you ask them who are the top 2 or 3 teams that they've played all year. I think Cleveland's solidly in that group. And that one fouled back.
Yeah, they were pretty impressive in that series in Cleveland. They could do everything well.
Houston and Seattle playing a big game in Seattle tonight. Houston 2-0, top third. Seattle has King Felix on the mound and are trying to win their 9th straight as they've climbed up that wild card ladder in the American League.
6 teams within 4 games of that American League wild card race. How about the Yankees? Surprising. Everyone thought their season was over and done. They sold at the trade deadline, unloaded a lot of salary, and they're 3 games back right now.
American League East, you see Toronto on Baltimore's tail. Baltimore 2 back of Boston. Ichiro, a 2-2 coming. And Garcia bounces it up there. There's your AL wild card. Yankees at 3.5. Toronto is out west, and they're scoreless with the Angels in the 3rd. Ichiro reaches out, and Garcia gets him at first. Look how far out that pitch was.
Wow, that's surprising you even get a bat on it. That was so far out.
Here's Martin Prado now. Prado 2 for 5, RBI double and a single. The Philly faithful, many have headed home.
A little chilly out tonight.
Martin Prado rockets one in the corner down the left field line. Quinn to get it, and Prado pulls in with a 2-out double, and that's going to get Yelich in at bat here in the 11th.
And Martin Prado just continues to impress. I think he just takes his chances, or not takes his chance, picks these pitches, it's off the plate in, and decides, I'm going to cheat a little bit on this fastball and pull it. And he does an excellent job of that with a double. See if Christian Yelich can drive him in.
Well, as miserable as Yelich's night has been, and he's 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts, he gets a hit. Well, they're going to walk him. I'm going to say sometimes you can have an awful night and you get a hit at the very end and all is good.
Call that a day saver.
You know, Yelich will have to settle for an intentional walk and give Ozuna a chance. with 2 outs.
Sometimes you're having a day like today as a hitter and you see that guy go like this and put the 4 up, you're like, oh, thank you.
So Yelich takes the walk. After Prado's 3rd hit of the night and his 2nd double. Martin Prado's got 34 doubles this year. Ozuna is 2 for 5. So if Ozuna can knock one in the outfield, the Marlins have a chance to take the lead. If he puts it in the gap, the Marlins have a chance at a 2-run lead. Ball in the dirt, and Prado's going to move up. Ball kicked towards the first base line.
Yelich hop and stop right there. He didn't know. He had to check and see if Martin Prado was going to go to 3rd. Would have been nice if he moved up 90 feet, though.
Well, obviously another one that bounces and gets by, and the Marlins could get that run. So some pressure on Rupp now. Yelich, the runner at first. And a strike to Ozuna.
Nice little 4-game hitting streak. That home run, huge home run in Atlanta off Julio Teheran gave the Marlins the lead.
That's a strike. Breaking ball for a strike, and then a fastball. Prado the runner at 3rd. Yelich at 1st. One, 2. First base side and out of play.
Well, that breaking ball didn't have much on it. Ozuna probably like this one back. It is right there. You can't get more center cut than that.
One, 2 coming.
Good stop by Rupp. Good take by Marcell Ozuna. We saw him last time up swinging a couple curveballs way out of the strike zone. And then inexplicably the pitcher threw him a fastball right down the middle.
2-2. So hard to know what he's going to get here.
Going with the breaking ball.
2-2. It's in. Counts full. Yelich gets a head start. Real Muto waits. Three in the 11th. 3-2 to Ozuna. In the dirt, bags are loaded. Here comes Real Muto.
Good at bat by Marcell Ozuna.
Nobody's loose in the Phillies pen.
Looks like he had a plan for that at bat and executed it.
Bob McClure out to calm Garcia down and maybe buy some time for somebody to start warming up in the Phillies pen. Real Muto is 2 for 5. He had a sinking liner to right that Altair caught, and that ended Miami's 9th. If you're just joining us, Marlins got a 2-0 lead when they chased home a couple of runs in the 5th. The Phillies got their own lead 3-2 with 3 runs in the 6th. The Derek Dietrich pinch hit homer in the 8th tied it. This game is in the 11th. Bags loaded, 2 outs. And a ball in the dirt, and it kicks back towards first.
That'll be interesting to see now with Garcia's having trouble throwing that breaking ball for a strike if he's just going to start going fastball. He does not want to allow that tie-breaking run to come in on a wild pitch.
Real Muto, not a guy that walks a lot. He's got 26 walks on the season. And he fouls that one at the plate. Already 27 pitches for Garcia. And I'm still surprised that no one's throwing in the Phillies pen yet.
Still have a lot of bodies down there, Rich.
Here's a 1-1. That fastball drifted in off the plate. Real Muto had already committed.
You see there on Fox Tracks, well inside.
And finally someone does get up. Fred Herman, the right-hander. 1-2 to JT. And he got him on a breaking ball. Real Muto strikes out. Miami leaves him loaded. And this ball game heads to the bottom of the 11th. 3-3 still. Rodney, who stays in there for the Marlins. Rodney, one of a long line of relievers that has come in since Tom Kohler left in the 6th. Mike Dunn, Austin Bryce, David Phelps, Kyle Barklaw, Dustin McGowan, Hunter Cervenka, and Fernando Rodney. Odubel Herrera. And then you've got Freddie Galvis and Aaron Altair. So you're near the bottom of the order for the Phils. And Herrera rolls one towards second. Gordon underhands, bang, bang, out at first. That was close. Johnson was waiting. Herrera slid head first across the bag. And Gordon just got him.
Good play by D. Gordon.
You know, in watching that head first slide by Herrera, watch his hand.
Goes over the top of the base.
I know, he doesn't touch he touches the very back of the base. And then he bangs his head on the, I don't know what that accomplished.
Kids, if you're still up and it's not past your bedtime, do not slide into head first into first base like that.
Although you have permission to slide head first into bed when.
Yes.
Freddie Galvis is up. Well, Rodney came in with one out and nobody on in the 10th. There's another one. Gordon, this time a little overhand flip.
Rodney's got good command of that changeup tonight.
He's got a couple of ground balls to second. He needed a ground ball for sure. He walked the first man he faced in the 10th inning. That was Mikhail Franco, and then he fell behind Cameron Rupp, but Rupp then hit a bouncer to short to Miguel Rojas, and that got Rodney out of the inning. It seems to have him into some sort of rhythm right now. Aaron Altair. There's the changeup for a strike.
Well, that pitch is working for Rodney. The arm speed on his changeup is so good that it really looks like a fastball coming out of the hand.
He is the 7th reliever for Miami. Phillies have used 5. Drilled. Foul.
His changeup elevated a little bit. You see JT down and away is the target. It goes up and in, and Altair almost ended this ball game.
At the knees with a fastball. Fernando Rodney's back. How about that? Though he gets a call on that pitch. Rodney goes 1-2-3 in the 11th. We're heading to the studio when we return. in there with us tonight in extra innings, a long one. This one well over 4 hours. Phillies get a little deeper in their pen. Frank Herman. I don't think he's related to Fred. Frank Joseph Herman out of East Rutherford, New Jersey. An econ degree from Harvard. How about that? 16th ever to get to the big leagues from Harvard. And he's the first since Jeff Musselman did it in 1990.
Wow.
So Marlins president of baseball operations, Michael Hill.
Must be proud of Mr. Herman.
I'm sure he'd like to see him give up a solo homer to Xavier Scruggs, though.
Yes, he would.
Scruggs pinch hitting here in the 12th. And he tops a ground ball towards third. Blanco across the diamond to get the out. All right, that's what happens. I mean, let's talk September baseball, shall we? There's your lineup card. There's all the guys that have come in and out and in and out. And if we pan down a little bit, thank you. And you've got what's left. You can cross Scruggs off. Perez, Mathis, and Hood left on the Marlins bench. And Johnson almost dotted by the breaking ball. AJ Ramos getting loose. Herman comes in again.
He's the only one up. It looks like AJ just might have the bottom of the 12th, regardless.
Well, I mean, the one thing is, especially with a closer in games like this, if you keep getting him up, and he has to stay relatively warm in case you take the lead. Maybe they'll ask him to pitch more than one inning, or hope that he can. Johnson smacks one up the middle. Galvis is really good at short, and he makes that play. Freddie Galvis hasn't made an error in like 2 months, or so it seems.
Chris Johnson ropes this ball. Freddie Galvis makes it look easy. Comes up and shows off a little arm strength at the same time.
All right, 50 games Galvis has not made an error.
Wow.
That's almost 2 months. This is the Miguel Rojas spot in the lineup. Couple ground balls to the left side. And Rojas hits Cameron Rupp, looks like, with that backswing. Marlins had him loaded in the 11th with 2 outs. Luis Garcia struck out JT Realmuto. Another ground ball. Galvis. Herman has 3 grounders to the left side, and we'll see if Ramos does come in for the bottom of the 12th in a 3-3 game in Philly. Hey. For the Marlins, Kyle Bearclaw, the fourth to come in. The fifth was Dustin McGowan. And McGowan, a scoreless inning. Fernando Rodney got a double play, and that got him out of the 10th. And then a strikeout that got him out of the 11th. So here's the pen so far. Dunn, Bryce, Phelps, Bearclaw, McGowan, Cervenka, and Rodney. And Dunn was charged with that run. He gave up 2 hits. AJ Ramos is coming in, and so is Craig Minervini. Craig?
Rich, thank you. In San Francisco, that's game 2 of that series. The Giants won last night and have started to pound the Cardinals. They're up 6-0 in the 3rd inning. If the Marlins can somehow pull this game out, they could pull within 2 of the Cardinals if that score should hold up. But that's early in San Francisco, 6-0 Giants. Mets already won earlier tonight.
It gets late early in San Francisco. Liner in center field, and that's a base hit for Tommy Joseph. And the Phillies have their leadoff runner aboard here in the 12th. So Ramos into the ball game. AJ on a Wednesday pitched that inning at the very back of the game in the 9th. Got the save. Marlins beat the Braves 7-5. Here is Hernandez. You're up at the top of the order.
It's just the second hit that the Phillies have gotten in the last 6 innings. The Marlins are going to look back and hopefully they'll pull this one out, but 15 men left on base so far in this game.
Hernandez trying to bunt Joseph to second. You see his career numbers against AJ. Joseph is not a speedster by any means at first. After Hernandez, Roman Quinn and Andres Blanco. Oh, and 2. I heard him too. I heard him too.
You heard that?
I heard that.
I think when the crowd gets this sparse, you start to pick up a lot of voices that you don't normally hear. And one of the Philly faithful want him to swing away.
Into right. Ichiro picks it up, and the Phillies are set up 1st and 2nd.
Curveball. Didn't have the sharp break like we normally see on an AJ Ramos curveball. Good piece of hitting by Hernandez.
All right, let's see how the Marlins play this. Let's see how the Phillies play it. You got the youngster Quinn, who is 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. You would expect him to bunt. Remember, Johnson's at first, Prado giving signs at 3rd, Rojas up the middle, and I think everybody wants to make sure they're on the same page. So everybody on the mound. Real Muto out there too. Gloves in place. So you can see Prado a step on the grass. Johnson crashing from first. And a fastball misses out. And the Marlins had the wheel play on. They had Rojas going to 3rd and Gordon running towards 1st. So if the Phillies had any kind of confidence in Roman Quinn, they would, with a slash, he would have the entire middle of the infield wide open.
Yeah, you look at the Marlins defensively right now, and they are charging hard. They want to obviously try to get the out at third base.
Yeah, but A.J. Ramos is going to have to throw strikes to make any of this happen. This is as an aggressive a wheel play. I mean, the wheel play usually starts with the shortstop a lot closer to second, but right now the Marlins are just conceding that and bringing Rojas almost 3/4 of the way to third. And then Ramos making sure that Joseph stays tight at second. That means Gordon really has to sprint to first, but it also means if the bunt is firm, that Prado and or Johnson should have a play at third if Quinn is bunting. Roman Quinn, rookie, has been in the big leagues for about a week. Not bunting, and he swings and misses. And that wakes everybody up on the infield.
That's a bad feeling there, Rich, when you're crashing and you're only about 50 feet from the hitter and he pulls that back.
All right, what do you do defensively once you've seen this?
A little more cautious. I probably would back up a little bit, but if he squares around a bunt, you still converge. I think that's what that meeting was for, is the beginning of this play was we need to get that out at third base.
Now Rojas is back out towards second, but he breaks to third, and the Marlins try to pick Joseph at second. Well, there's nobody out. In the bottom of the 12th in a 3-3 game, the Marlins playing as much cat and mouse as they can, trying to keep Joseph close at second and yet set up a force out at third. And again, Rojas, look at where he is set up now. The Marlins shortstop not bunting, and Quinn takes, and it's ball 3.
Well, you said it, Rich. All this defensive alignment means nothing if A.J. Ramos can't find the strike zone. See, Quinn took the big hack on pitch number 2, almost out of the strike zone.
Fastball popped up. Real Muto for a look, and it's out of play. And now A.J. Ramos is back to 3-2, and the infield will probably be back to normal. A.J. ready. 3-2. He got him with a fastball. 93 miles an hour. Boy, A.J. Ramos came back to get him. And now here comes Blanco. Peter Borges, remember, is in the 4th spot, and Borges is on deck. That's Joseph. He's at second. Hernandez at first. Andres Blanco. Breaking ball. Right back to Ramos. Got one there. Got 2 there. And the Marlins get a double play and survive to see the 13th. How about that? First and second for the Phillies, and they get nothing. A.J. Ramos survives, and the Marlins and the Phillies are still tied 3-3. And the big reason why it's still in the 13th, everybody take a drink there, is Derek Dietrich. A 2-strike pitch and a pinch hit home run in the 8th. Banged it off the scoreboard, almost hit himself in the head up on that scoreboard. And that's the last run that was scored tonight. Marlins on the rail. This has been a frustrating night for the Fish at times. They've left a slew of runners. Had the bases loaded without scoring on a couple of occasions. Marlins have left 15 on base. D. Gordon now. Frank Herman is still in there. Gordon, Ichiro, Prado. And then Yelich with Ozuna and Real Muto behind him. Ramos is tucked into that 7 spot in Miami's lineup. D. Gordon has 3 hits. He lined out to center his last time up.
Boy, Rich, you look down there at the Marlins dugout. There's almost more people in the dugout than there are in the stands.
Well, I think that's what happens when you use 8 relief pitchers, is they all need a place to go after they pitch.
They're all sticking around watching the game in
right?
the dugout.
It's not like they go back out to the bullpen and sit. Pitch is out. Good take by Gordon. Just trying to get himself on base and try to get that speed into play. 7th plate appearance for Gordon. And he goes after what looked like ball 4. 3-2. Gordon gets into that one a bit. Herrera runs it down, though, in left center field. And here is Ichiro. Long ago, in a place not too far away, Giancarlo Stanton started this game and made 4 plate appearances, walked twice, bounced into a double play and struck out. And in his first game back as a position player, the plan was to get him around 6 innings.
And he performed well. Didn't have too much of a test out in the outfield.
You saw that first pitch, and Ichiro had his hand to his mouth and was saying something to the umpire. You see pitch 1, that was a called strike.
Well off the plate.
But it's 0-2. Breaking ball, Ichiro to center. And Herrera is there, and he makes the catch. Now comes Prado, who is a 3-hit night with a couple of doubles. Prado now with 34 doubles on the season. Came in with an on base of about 365. Little roller out towards second. And the Marlins go down quickly. Frank Herman has retired all 6 that he's faced. Why don't you just walk in and they'll just take that big old spatula of cheese and slather it on your tongue and then fire some onions and some cheesesteak right down your throat.
I'm in. That's Jim's
Late
favorite.
Night with the fish. Peter Borges into left, cracks one for a hit, and Borges can run. So the Phillies, for the second straight inning, have a leadoff hit against A.J. Ramos. Ramos wobbled in the 12th, but got a double play ball to get out of it. Cameron Rupp, Odubel Herrera, and then Freddie Galvis.
Six for 10 is Borges on the season for stolen bases.
That bunt is popped up. Fastball up and in to Rupp.
I'd venture to say that Rupp has not had many bunt attempts in his career. And let me tell you, folks, when you've never done it, it's not as easy as it seems.
Never done it. Never been there. And I think Pete Buchanan, having seen that first attempt, has taken the bunt off.
Taken the bunt off. Pete Buchanan took over when I was with the Cincinnati Reds in 2007 as an interim manager.
Very well liked. He was the interim manager in a couple of spots, and now interim manager to full-time manager. He has the contract through next year. Borges at first. And Ramos whips a throw over. And a fastball evens the count at 2-2. Well, AJ is the 8th reliever. What's amazing is you look down to the Marlins bullpen, and it looks like it does at the beginning of a game.
Looks like the normal bullpen now.
Right.
A couple catchers down there, though, so.
Ramos strikes him out. So Rupp goes down, failure to launch on the bunt, and then a strikeout. Odubel Herrera. Yeah, let's see. Count the shin guards. You got 3 guys in shin guards. You got Nicolino, Wickren,
Jeff Urgelis.
Alan Turner is Ichiro's interpreter and bullpen catcher. Ogando, Despagne, and the security guy. He's wearing khakis. There he is. Ed. Thirteenth inning, 3-3. Marlins went to Mike Dunn first. Austin Bryce, David Phelps, Barraclaw, McGowan. Dustin went an inning. Hunter Cervenka threw 1 pitch. He got 1 out. And then Fernando Roddy for an inning and 2/3. Second inning for Ramos. Borges still at first. 0-1. Busted bat and a floater down the line. Foul. And Herrera stops on by the dugout to pick up a new bat on his way in from first. 0-2. Ramos, his second inning in relief. He came in to start the 12th.
Marlins outfield playing deep, no doubles type depth. Borges can run at first base. If it gets into a gap here, this game could be over. Seen some good velocity from A.J. Ramos on his fastball today, up to 94 miles an hour.
Wow. Odubel Herrera is not sure how that didn't hit him, and I'm not either. On an 0-2 pitch. Here's a look.
Right over his head. Looked like a bit of a cutter.
One and two. Borges has not shown any signs that he might be running. There he goes. Breaking ball, ground ball at the middle into center field. It's a hit. Borges headed to third, and he'll hold there. The throw from Yelich is cut, and the Phillies have runners at the corners. Borges finally ran, and Herrera hit it right up the middle.
Just by him there. I was almost like the umpire might have been blocking him out a little bit. Didn't get to see that very well. Of course, with the left-handed hitter up, second baseman stays home just for that reason, because they usually pull the ball.
Now Don Mattingly's on his way out to the mound, and he's on his way out to
talk some strategy.
Figure out what they want to do here. You've got Galvis up. No one's throwing, as you can see, in Miami's bullpen. So this is purely what do you want to do with Galvis. You do have a base open if you'd rather not pitch to Galvis. Jimmy Paredes is on deck behind Galvis as a possible pinch hitter. There's a look at Paredes.
Looks like they're going to bring in
an extra infielder. They might bring Ichiro in. Well, let's see where they, I mean, this, oftentimes you'll see this. You'll put 5 infielders and 2 outfielders. And we'll see where they line Ichiro up. Now, wait a minute. Now Ichiro heads back out. They might just load the bases to set up a force at any base. But then, of course, that puts more pressure on Ramos to throw strikes to Paredes. Well, AJ got out of the 12th with a double play ball back to the mound. That was first and second and nobody out. And he wriggled out of that. Here, it's going to be bases loaded. I wonder if Gordon's message to Ichiro, not sure what that was about, whether they want Ichiro in now after the walk. And I think so. Where are they going to play the outfield? That's the decision. And the Marlins dugout gesturing wildly.
Looks like they're bringing in to play infield as well. Looks like he's going to be positioned over at third base. Going to have to spread the outfielders. Yelich going over to left now.
So you're going to put guys in the alley. Yelich in left center, Ichiro in right center. Prado's going to go out towards second. Marlins are trying to get Yelich's attention and bring him in. And so that's the alignment. 3 infielders on the right side. Ozuna's now at third base. He's on the left side. That's Prado near the bag out at second. And here is Paredes, who had a big hit at Miami's expense a week and a half ago in Miami. And Ramos has really got to dig deep here. Breaking ball is a strike.
Burgess can really run there at third base. That's why Yelich and Ichiro are so shallow. They want to have, if they catch a line drive, they're going to have to be able to put a good strong throw home because Burgess can run.
Pitch is out. And obviously anything on the ground, the Marlins are going to come home. The interesting thing would be what would happen if one went Ozuna's way.
Well, I think they put him in the least likely spot that Paredes would hit a ball on the ground.
Phillies at every base. 1 out. And Ramos misses. It's 2-1.
That is a strike, folks.
That was a strike. Five infielders, the 2-1. 2-2. Tommy Joseph, by the way, is the on-deck hitter for the Phillies. That's Ozuna at third. 5 infielders, Ichiro and Yelich in the gaps. And a 2-2 coming to Paredes. Line drive, base hit. Ichiro has it. He fires it home. The Phillies win it. And while the Marlins lose this ball game in the 13th, this is a game that the Fish will look back on to the earlier innings. The Marlins left 15 men on base. They had ample opportunity to get more runs early, and the loss kicks them back under 500 and 5 games back in the wild card.
Just 2 for 13 tonight, Rich, with men in scoring position.
In 13 innings, the Phillies beat the Marlins. And a long night comes to a disappointing end. Marlins Live is next.